Oh, wow. Oh, coding overloaded just by transitioning to a different scene. Typical, eh? Let me just reset those stats. Welcome in, everybody. How's it going? Happy Saturday. We have a box from KBD Craft that arrived the other day. Really excited to build this one. So let's get it open. The world of KBD Craft. I have opened this box already to make sure I've got everything I need. But we have an Adam to build. What's an Adam, you may ask? Well, let's find out. Got lots of bags of bits. Couple of switches. It's a bit interesting. Tombstone, welcome in, dude. More Saturday Lego. Let's fucking go. I know. I cannot wait to build this. I saw this a while ago, and I was like, oh wow, that's a really cool idea. I really want to build one of them, but I thought it would be really expensive. I thought I wouldn't be able to order one, and I thought, it wouldn't happen. But I did manage to get one, and I'm fucking super pumped. We're going to be making the 01001 kit Adam, which is a keyboard, but it's made of Lego. So it's like two things that I love building in one. So yeah, we're gonna build a keyboard out of fucking Lego. Hello, Tiny Yes, so welcome in. Good to meet you. How's it going? Happy Saturday. I imagine this is our 60% plate or base, I suppose. So put that there for now. So I did open this up to check. This PCB will actually fit. This is a Core 64. So I can go over there for now. And then we've got some foam. Goes in between our PCB and a plate. And we've got a few extra bits of foam. Got our plate. And we've got a few of these things that are going to go on the bottom, I presume. And we get a free switch puller, which is nice. Saturday, come in. That's the coolest shit. You know what? I saw this. You know when you see a product on the internet, right? You see a product on the internet and you're like, damn, that's fucking cool. I would love to do that. And then it doesn't, like, you don't see it again for ages. Then it finally comes back up on your Instagram feed or wherever. And you go to order it and it's like £600 and there's only like 10 of them. And like everyone's bidding for them. You're like, oh, never mind. But this actually wasn't that expensive. For a custom keyboard, it was kind of in the price range of what a keyboard normally would be. I was looking at Lego typewriter. I've seen that. I love vintage typewriters. Vintage typewriters are beautiful, beautiful things. So yeah, I actually might look into that myself because we've built a few things before. We built something else on stream last time. The last time we were streaming, we built this orchid. Got loose bits in it. Sorry. We built this orchid thing, which is just amazing. My brother got it for me for Christmas. No, for my birthday. Sorry. So we built this, but now we've got a keyboard to build, so I'm really excited to that. I'll put this back without dropping it. Yeah. It's so expensive, sadly. Tiny, yes, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. It's so expensive. Yeah, the Lego kits are getting kind of pricey these days, right? But you got to give it to them. They've been a toy maker for a long, long time. The stuff they make is great, and the people they collaborate with are very good. So, excuse me. So, let us begin. We have also got the wrist rest for this one as well, which is going to be rad. So, put these over here. We've got one thing on there as well. I'm also going to have a little nibble of the croissant. Excuse me. It's a luxury. It is a luxury. Yeah. Right. Let's make a mess. So. We have got exploded diagram. showing how it all works. So it is recommended to operate on a soft pad. Whoops. Lubricate the stabs, especially the contact area of the wires, the grease provided in the kit. Watch for the direction of the stems when you put them back. Does it give us some lube in here? Hang on a sec, chat. I think. The croissant as well, yeah. We have a croissant and coffee on the Saturday stream. Oh, look at that! Lube. We get some stab lube. That's kind of handy. Right. We've also got a coiled cable, which I won't be able to use because the thing's all the way over there. Bonjour, mon sir crumbs. Welcome in, dude. It's good to see you. Welcome in. So we've got a USB-C to USB-A coiled cable. It's not braided, but it is coiled. It's kind of nice. It's kind of nice, but it won't reach to the computer, so we won't be able to use this one for the moment. But I've got a different one to use. There's a little bit longer that will get us there. So we'll put that over there for now. So we've got some stabs, and these are a weeny bit fiddly to dismember. Oh. There goes the post. See, now this has got stuck. Now I remember somewhere someone telling me about you clip these off, but I might leave them on there for now because we can get them out and do them later. But that's pretty flat actually. It's pretty flat. Uwu lube indeed. I see you speak fluent French. Bonjour, monsieur. Bonjour. What's the word? Matin? Bon matin? Matin. Nuit is night, and soir is evening. So you would say bonsoir in the evening. But bonsoir, du fish. Ça va, monsieur? Monsieur and madame? I don't know which one it is, sorry. So, I might need to get a brush. Do some lubing in a minute. But these are clip-ins as well. I've yet to build a keyboard with screw-in stabilisers, but hopefully one day I will. So, yes, I will need a surface to work with. I'll do this on a. What I'll do, I'll get some tissue. That'll be the best bet. So, and I need a brush. I need some brushes. One should do. And yes, so what we do is we grab our where have I put my switch grip? My stem grip thing. As you can see, I'm very well prepared, but never mind. So we need to lubricate these bad boys as well as the stems. So this lube here, can we get it open? EMS. Right, scissors. Give me one sec, chat. I need some scissors. Retro, welcome in, dude. Good to see you. Baguette means stick. Freaking bread, coffee, crumbs, and Lego. And your hype. And your hype is a good emote. I like that one. So, what we're going to do is just corner this a little bit. And then do that because I'm going to need to be able to dip the end of the stabs into there so we can get rid of that. We need a rubbish pile. Right, so this might be a bit too thick. No, no, it won't. It won't. It'll be fine. So with these, this bit won't be lubed, but these bits will be. So a little bit of lube on all sides. Can we stop talking about French bread? The subject is just pain. Respect du pain, monsieur. Respect du pain. How's everyone's weekend going so far? It's really fucking hot here. Like, really fucking hot. Like, too hot. Um, I might have to tap out and get a fan at some point, but we'll see how we get on. And I apologise. I know I should have a thing that grips the stems on these, but I don't have one, I'm afraid. It's probably buried somewhere. It should be in the box with all the other bits and pieces for modding keyboards, but it's not. So I imagine I have put it somewhere, thinking it is something else, and it is now gone. We are going to need a switch splitter as well. Excuse me. But yeah, how's everyone's weekend going so far? As I say, it's fucking hot as balls here, and I don't do too well in the heat. I'm a warm boy, so Salam a lot. It's a Lego mechanical keyboard. It is. It's called a Kit Adam. If you want some more information, if you type !Adam, you'll get a link to the product page where I ordered it from. If you want one, but also if you wanted to get some more information, all the stuff that you need to know is on there. So I think rather than me trying to explain it and forget things, at about 25 degrees C. Yeah, it's not far off here. It is. I can get my fucking watch to respond. It is currently the temperature. They broke the temperature thing on Apple Watch. I don't know. You have to open it up. So yeah, it's currently about 25 degrees here, which is a bit too hot for me. Says you get a couple of bonus figures. I wonder which ones you got. Yes, so I got. He looks like I think he's a Minecraft creeper. He looks like a Minecraft character, and I've got a skeleton as well. We've got a little skeleton as well. I think they might be Minecraft themed, as you say. Right, so I'll put them out of the way for the moment. Bought a mechanical keyboard. It is a 60% one. Yeah, this one is 60%, I believe. It's only going to be that wide, so you're going to have all your letter keys, all your sort of control keys, and then like some numbers. But that's it, I think. Why have we got a stabilised key up there? We've got a stabilised key up there. That's strange. Oh, no, hang on. Sorry, I've had it upside down. So yeah, delete. We'll have enter, control, and caps lock. Yeah, no, that's the space bar. So it is that way up. Strange. That's the space bar. Right, okay. We'll work that out in a moment. We'll get onto that later. So, lubricating stabilizers. You want to get all your edges that are going to rattle around on the inside nice and lubed up. Uh-oh, the troublemaker is here. Apologies if you can hear the cat. He is fine. He's just being a bit of a diva. Speaking of cats, we are raising money for cats, the Hellraisers and me. I'm raising money for the charity that I got him from. But other team members are raising money for the charity that Kate got her cat from. So if you do !Hellraisers, I think, there might be a command for that. Amaris, welcome in. Good to see you. How's it going? Yes, there is a cat. He's just being a bit of a diva at the moment. So, yes, that's you. You're being a diva. Right, so we need to be quite liberal with... We need to be a bit liberal with the lube on these. So these go in. So that's pointing that way, I believe. Then put a bunch of lube on here. Excuse me, chat. I'm just remembering which way to orientate these. Of course. See, we've got cat hair in here. Right, so now the stabilizer, because it's full of lube, doesn't rattle. That's basically the trick, is to stop it rattling on both sides. Yes, welcome in everybody. It's nice to see so many people. Thank you for the hydrate. I'll do that with coffee right now. Cheers. It was a lot sharper, but obviously I made the coffee and then I let it sit over there while I was doing all my stream stuff, and it starts to give up. But I did get a little bit of a pour on. That's wild. Yes. So if you do, I can do it for you. Actually, hang on. I can type in my own chat. I can do that. This is the kit we're building, and double check. Did I set one up for this as well? And that's the team. So I'm raising money for a charity for where I got my cat from. But there's 3 people doing streams over the next week or so, over this month generally, that will be raising money for the charity that rescued the cat that Kate had, that unfortunately we lost. Very sad. But yes, so we're raising money all week. Well, I'm raising money all month, but there'll be charity streams. You'll see there's come on, brain, wake up! I need that coffee to do its job. There is a post on Twitter explaining everything in a bit more detail. Sorry, because I'm forgetting all the details. I apologise. Being terrible. I can't remember how to reassemble the stabilizer. Pardon me, gang. Should really be using the instructions, to be honest, but yeah. So this way around, the stabilizer goes down there. At least it should. Being difficult. Okay. That not fitting. Coffee is disgusting. There's no way you can convince me otherwise. Well, I don't know. You know, it is a bit of a I suppose you could call it a subjective taste. But yes, if that's that way around, it wants to go in there. It doesn't fit through there. That's why. It's strange. But anyway, yes. I hope everyone's had a good week and they're looking at a good weekend. I've got this to build. I'm getting lube all over my hands, which is ridiculous. But needs must. And then hopefully at the end of this build, I'll be able to type to you guys in chat using the keyboard we just built, which would be kind of cool. Because you get lube everywhere and you can't fucking see. Right, so spacebar stabilizers lubed. Coffee smells good, but the taste is absolutely horrendous. That's what the sugar is for. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I suppose you could put sugar in if you want, but yeah, I think the thing about coffee is if you spend a bit of time making it properly, there is a sweetness to it. But if you get it wrong, you get the bitterness. So rather than the dry, sharp sort of like nice flavour, you get bitterness. And lots of people have drunk bad coffee and think that that's just how coffee tastes. But I don't put any sugar in mine. I used to put sugar in my tea, but I actually don't even put sugar in my coffee anymore. But if you make a proper espresso, it genuinely has quite a nice taste. Mate, what's the matter? You could probably hear this one being a bit of a diva. Look, all those lovely people that came to say hello and watch me build something out of Lego. I also don't use sugar either. I love going through the process of making good coffee and tea. Yeah, it is worth it. It's long, but it's worth it. Touch your hands. He's a beautiful, beautiful boy. Smoothie check. Right, so I haven't got the smoothie out yet. I'll go and grab it from the fridge. Give me 1 second. Right, I'm going to go in the fridge, mate. Get under my feet. So, today's smoothie is Bolt from the Blue. It's a classic. I love it. I got it with my meal deal. So yes, this is the smoothie of the day. Thank you for redeeming. I think bad coffee tastes like Weetabix. I could see that. But there's something about if you get the pressure and the temperature right, not too high, not too low, just right, it extracts the coffee and it was it a Boots meal deal? No, it was a Tesco meal deal, actually. I'm a bit of a Tesco meal deal mandem sort of person. So we've got to do a whole bunch of lubing up the stabs, which we're going to have to do before we can start putting them in the board, this thing. So these other ones should be easier, I should imagine. So we've got these. These are all roughly the same. They're pretty flat as well. They are pretty flat. So, all right. So we put one of these this way around. We get a stabilizer bar. We get a bunch of lube on it. Put it into the hole there. And then we snap that down. Grab one of these this way around. Bunch of lube on the bar. There. Right, so yeah, we're flying along with these ones. It was just that one being a bit difficult. That's all. So this way around. Krazash, welcome on in, dude. Good to see you. How are you getting on with V Rising? Have you transferred over to Diablo 4 yet? Because I've seen a lot of people playing Diablo 4 and they are very impressed with it. And it's nice because you know what? A lot of people out there at the moment, they needed a win. So many games have just flopped and released like in a broken state. And we needed a win. We needed a game to be good. I'm not the biggest Diablo fan. I've barely even played it. I've only watched some people playing it more often than not. So I'm not really a fan of the franchise, but I just feel like the gaming world needed a win. We needed a game to come out and live up to expectations because we've had so many bad games this year for one reason or another. So yeah, we needed a game to come out and actually fucking do what it says on the tin. So yeah, I'm excited to see a game actually fucking release. Even though that one had problems, they seem to have turned it around. Why would you pollute your taste buds with coffee when you can have a fine smoothie like that to nourish and delight them instead? Well, the smoothies are a lot of sugar, so I'm trying to keep them a little bit, trying to be a little bit careful. I don't want to consume too much sugar while I'm sitting down not doing too much. But it is a natural sugar and the body does need the sugars a little bit, so yeah, it's not the end of the world, but yeah, it isn't also the best thing I could be drinking, but I do like a smoothie. I do like the vitamins and minerals and other bits and pieces, and I'd rather have natural sugars in my body than want to crave sugar and then find it in places that aren't natural. If I've got sugar in my system, hopefully I won't crave sugar, and then I won't crave sweets and that sort of thing, because I do have a bit of a sweet tooth. After giving up a bunch of things like cigarettes, alcohol, drugs, a bunch of other bits and pieces, the only thing I've got left is sweet foods. But yeah, you can't just replace everything with sweet food. It's kind of bad for you, obviously, and for your teeth and everything. So yeah, I'm a little bit cautious, but yeah, I don't want to completely go off sugar as well. I do want to have some sugar in my system, but it's a bit of a balancing act because I don't lead the most active lifestyle anymore. I work from home. I stream in my spare time, which is quite docile, but it's very, very social and I enjoy it. So I need to be a bit careful, so I don't put sugar in my coffee, and you know I do have chocolate, but I'm trying to keep it a little bit sort of under control. Uh, Mostly do my coffee with a V60. Haven't got the space for an espresso machine. Have you seen a DeLonghi Dedica Salam Lot? It is not the cheapest, but it is this tiny. It's literally about this big, and about that wide, and about that tall. It's literally like not the massive laundry detergent box, but the slightly bigger than the small laundry detergent box. Oh shit! Just stuck my fingers in the fucking lube again. Yeah, DeLonghi Dedica. That thing is what I've got. It's not the best espresso machine, but it's also not the most expensive, and it's a really handy little machine. It does have its flaws. It's not perfect, but if you wanted to make espresso at home, it gets pretty close. But anyway, it's good to see you, Krizash. I hope you're well. Tea tends to not need as much care as long as you get the water temperature right and the type of the leaves. Set the time for the appropriate brew time. It's fairly simple. Yes, so tea is one of those things where you're like infusing something over a period of time, whereas coffee you're extracting it. So you have to get a bunch of things right to extract the coffee with the pressure. But yeah, with tea you just sort of let it steep for a certain amount of time, I believe. But yeah, I've not really made leaf tea in a long time. I just like basic sort of Yorkshire tea. I just chuck a bag in there and it's fine. How are we doing today? I see Lego and something else. Yes, we are building this. It's a Lego mechanical keyboard. So yeah. What are you shouting about? So yes, very excited. Please excuse the cat. He's not actually in pain. He is fine. He's just being a bit of a diva. He just wants a bit of attention. Talking to somebody else, which means he wants attention. Let me just check he isn't destroying something. I'll be right back. Just one. What are you doing? Right, bear with me one sec, guys. He's just been a bit ill, so give me one sec. I'm going to clean it up for him, so I'll be right back. All right, I'll pop you guys on the BRB screen, and I'll be right back. I'm very sorry about this, but yeah, he's just been a bit sick. It's as if we were never here. Is there a face? Oh shit, okay. Okay. Fucking did it. Orphan of Kos. Done. Right. Yeah, I don't remember his legs being quite. Sorry about that, gang. he was a bit unwell, bless him. So I've just to clean that up, otherwise it'd be sat there all day. Where were we up to? I'm just gonna make sure I haven't missed any messages. I'm loving Diablo 4. So little Vice is okay as a treat. Yes. But sugar is. Thank you for the lurk as well, Farah. I appreciate that. Working, so I'll offer support. Have a great day at work, Farah. I appreciate that. Thank you for the lurk. I suppose a French press is like an immersion rather than extraction, isn't it? Yeah, you're still using the heat to try and leach the coffee out. Prefer to put it through a V60. Yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of different ways of achieving the same thing, right? You're ending up in the same spot. And the espresso that comes out of my machine isn't true proper espresso. It's not. I don't think it's quite there. It does have the pressure and the temperature, but it's such a little machine. I don't think it quite gets there. But it gets close enough to make a latte. I wouldn't expect somebody that drinks espresso every day to have one. They'd probably have a proper espresso machine, but they're hundreds of pounds. this thing makes good espresso enough for a latte, which is good enough for me. I have absurd quantity of tea because I love the variety, but only have one or two types of coffee. My stomach doesn't love coffee, even though I love the taste. Yeah, it can be a bit strong sometimes. Yeah, but yeah, finding because the acidity in coffee is sometimes a little bit strong sometimes for people. But I think like once you really dive into extracting coffee, you can start putting out a flavour that's very rich and dark and strong, but the bitterness goes away and you're left with this nice. It's still dry. It's very dry. You know, I'll still need to drink water and everything afterwards. This is why I've got the smoothie for the hydration. But yeah, if you get it right, there is a flavour there, and yeah, it's worth the effort in my opinion. But it's not for everybody, obviously. It's fair enough. Ooh, excuse me. Really want a cup of coffee. I'm gonna go make a cup. Well, we'll wait for you here, Salama. Don't worry. Mm. Right, next bit. Food downstairs. Build the case. Right, so we've got this bit. And then we've got a bunch of side pieces and two of those little rounded corners, which is probably from this bag here, I would think. Because these look like the side pieces. So we've got four of them. So we've got because some of these will be for the wrist rest and some of them will be for, so I think it's this one. Right there, mate. Bless him. So, bag number one. Crumb script, both are great puns. Oh shit, sorry dude. Have you heard about Hawaiian tea? It's like regular tea, but you brew it at a lower aloha temperature. I've heard of it. You make it using metamorphic rocks. It's really nice. Is nice a Hawaiian word? I've never seen that before. Right, so we need these little rounded pieces. Little rounded pieces that do this. Where are they, chap? Where are the little rounded pieces that do that? All the bits are the same colour, which makes it really difficult to see. But yeah, I think we need some of these. We need one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. One of them. We need 4 of those extra long ones. Probably these, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because we're going to have one long one. I know, mate. Now he might be a little bit grumpy because he's sick. Bless him. But what we'll do is, I'll see how he's getting on. If he's howling at me for food, I might feed him a bit earlier today. But yeah, I need to make sure that he doesn't wolf his food down. This is the problem with cats that have had a bit of a traumatic start in life, is that they sometimes wolf their food down really quickly and they swallow a bunch of air, and then the air either becomes flatulence or, you know. I'm not going to pick you up again, mate. Seemed absolutely fine to me, but obviously you weren't, so I apologise for picking you up, alright? He's gone over to his little windowsill. Next bag, buy your coffee. Ah, you see? Krasash knows. Krasash knows. Yeah, they're tiny little. I don't know. Because it's a tiny, teeny little piece. That piece there. Tiny, teeny little piece. It's like it's just one. It's one notch. Yeah, it's a bit strange. Oh, bums, I forgot to play. I forgot I'm playing Divinity today as well, so I'll have to lurk for a while, but I should be playing later on. Salam alaikum, enjoy Divinity. Hope you have a great game, and we'll catch up with you later on. Those I didn't see, yeah, it's pretty strange. It's a bit strange that. There's loads of little bits in here, but I can't see. They're like just one. Oh, hang on. We have something in here. So let me move these back here, and then put these. Oh, don't stick them in the loo. Put them out of the way for now. So here. Okay, there's a bunch of different bits in here. Excuse me. So, excuse me. As I say, the coffee is a little bit dry, but I saw it. I saw one, but there's only two in the whole set because they're going to go on the bottom corners here. So there's only two in the whole set, so that's why they're so difficult to find. But I was pretty sure I saw some in here. So hard to see. There you go. This is what we need. Right, so that's going to go on the corner here like that. Now, I would hope that the other one is in this bag as well. I would hope. There it is. Right, okay. So, got those round corner bits that we were missing sorted. So, now we need one with 5. So, that's one of these. Top here. Then we need one here as well. Then we need one that fills this gap. That's too long. However, these should be the right size. Yeah. I'm going to turn the preview on so I can make sure you guys can see everything. Yeah, you guys can see where I'm building. I'll try and build in the middle here where you guys can see. Oh shoot, Lego Sax, welcome in, dude. How are you? Happy Saturday. I hope you're having a good day. A little bit too short. One of these should do the trick. Yeah, all these pieces are the same colour, so they're not exactly easy to see. So I apologise about that. But it will be a cool little keyboard at the end. But yes, we've got the croissant as well, so thank you for the correct use of the emote. Right. Then. These ones with 5. That. And like that. And 3 of them. I know, mate. I know. They're too long. They're too long as well. So is it just 3 of the ones with? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. 3, 4, 5, 10. We need 4 of those. 1, 2. And we put one of the ones with 5. One there and one there. And then we're supposed to get 2 more in there. Really? Beg your pardon, chat. I'm just trying to figure this one out. Very early here still. Woke up to a low battery beeping on the smoke detector and didn't have any replacements. Wouldn't be an issue, but the dog freaks out during the... Yeah, they're going to scare them, isn't it? Because they've not really heard it very often. So that was a whole thing. Wide awake now. Yeah, I'm the same. Once you get to a certain age, once you wake up, that's it, you know? You need to be like completely dog tired to fall back to sleep again. So let me just count these. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4. Oh, hang on, these are 6s. This is a bit difficult to keep up with. Ow. Ow. Oh, wow, that's on there. That is on there. Let me get something to separate that, just one sec. What's the build? If you do !Adam, it will tell you about the mechanical keyboard that we're building from Lego today. But yeah, you can do !Adam, and it'll do a little link for you. Preview is murdering the frames, so I'm going to turn that. Wow, sorry about the frames for a sec there, guys. So yes, there's a link there to the KBD Craft store. It shows you what the item is. Well, in other news, the cat has decided to sit down and take a nap in the sun, which means we're free of his tyranny for a little while. Not that he's not that bad, but yeah, he's just a bit needy sometimes. Bless him. Right, so I'm going to keep this little spreader. Because yeah, so we need to put, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 7, 8. Okay, so it's a 5, 2 10s, and an 8. Which is a bit complicated, but so these have 6. And we want the ones with 5. So put them there. Those there. And we're looking for these weird ones that have 5. There we go. So we need 2 of these. That's super cool. I saw it a long time ago, and I was like, wow, that looks like a really fun little thing to build. It would be great to do it on stream. I'd end up with another keyboard to add to my collection because I do have this one already. Picking it up right now is the best thing in the world, but yeah, I do have this one already, which is pretty solid. This is my daily driver at work and when I do my design work and everything. So yeah, this is a full this one we're building. As you can see, it's going to be like it's only going to be this bit here. All of this and this will be gone. It will just be a small little keyboard. So it'll be fun to have a little 60%. It is a functioning keyboard. Yeah, that's what attracted me to it. Is that at the end of it, I'll have a functioning 60% mechanical keyboard with my own switches in it that not my switches, but switches that I've lubed up and put together. So yeah, in the end, it will be a great little keyboard to have as a spare. So yeah, it comes with the circuit board and everything. There might be a few other bits and pieces I need to plug it in, but then again, I think you might just plug it in. I think this PCB, you just plug it in, I think. But yeah, I'm going to plug it in on stream, and I'll be able to type on it, and I should be able to use it in chat. So that'll be the test at the end. But anyway, so put the 2 5s in, and then there's 2 of the 10s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3. Oh, hang on. This is where I'm getting confused. You add one of these. You add one of these to this. This is why I'm miles out. Didn't tell me that at all. Is you're supposed to add one of these to this. Let me just check. Make these. Do that. So yeah, that's a bit strange. So these are all the same. Yeah. Sorry, gang. I didn't actually realise you're supposed to stick one of these on here, which is a bit strange. I thought the board would be the full length, but yeah, I've just noticed there's a line there. So bear with me for one moment while I just peel off all the mistakes I've made.
Aquil Gaming 2021 says we all have secrets, the ones we keep and the ones that are kept from us.
Nice little,
Spider-Man, and here is the bongos.
And I can take it with me to places where I wouldn't take a full-size keyboard. If I don't need a full-size keyboard, obviously, all the time. But for work, I work in data, so I do need a numpad to crunch those numbers a little bit, unfortunately. Right, excuse me, chat. I'm just going to undo my mistake. But yeah, that completely threw me. I didn't realise you're supposed to do this. So there's nothing in here. So there's this. But if you look really closely, there's a line there. It doesn't tell you that you're supposed to put them together. Another piece of it. Right, so we'll go back to this bit when we fit the stabilizers on the actual PCB. Might tape mod them so that they stick in there nice and tight. Hey, how you doing today? I'm doing very well, Batpool. How are you? We all have secrets, the ones we keep and the ones that are kept from us. Spider-Man and here is the Bonkers. Welcome in. Glad to hear you're doing okay. Right, so back to this. So we do. It's one of the ones that's got 5, like that. Long one, like that. It's going to go there. It's going to go there. So now we've got. Weird, does that not much of a join there? You expect there to be more of a join there, but I guess not. Okay, you say so. Now we've got this one, which is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Goes on there. I'm trying to build where you guys can see me. I am going to get a better the camera holder I'm using at the moment it's just a phone holder. It's not the best, so I'm going to try and get a better one so I can move around and I can zoom you guys in. That'll be kind of cool. But yeah, that's a future thing. One of these here, and then we should have 8 in the middle. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. These crumbs out of the way. I got crumbs on the keyboard already. Thank you for the lurk, Em. I hope you're doing well. I hope the foam cutting and gluing and all that stuff is going well. I can see that on your Instagram. I hope the cosplay comes out well. I mean, your cosplays usually come out well. I'm sure it will. But thank you for the lurk. I appreciate that. And one of these goes in the middle. I'm really confused about that. It's really weird. That's not going to be very strong at all. But I suppose the worst case, we just get some bits to put on there in the future. So, the next stage is 2 of these. It says 2. Another one, there it is. They're going to go on the top of these. And then we've got 1, 2, 4, 6. These. 3. That's these. And we need 2 of these. We need 4 of them that have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we need 8. We need 4 of them. 1 more of these. I'm doing okay, just waiting for my friend to call to do some Yu-Gi-Oh things ready for tomorrow. It'll be very interesting. I'm glad everyone is doing okay. Glad to hear it, dude. Hope you enjoy your Yu-Gi-Oh. But yeah, I really appreciate you guys coming to hang out when I do a stream that isn't gameplay related, because I'm obviously, as a newer streamer, I'm still a small streamer that doesn't really have a lot of confidence with some things. So yeah, you guys being here to hang out and do this stuff is it's great fun. So I appreciate you guys being here, because I know that without a game to keep you entertained, it's not quite as fun. So, anyway, these ones have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Longer ones are these. So we need 2. Okay. So, gonna be honest, at this stage of the build, just doing these outside bits, it's a bit nuts. Love a good chill stream. I know, yeah, they're really fun. They're really fun. It's, you know, I'm not super focused on a game, so I can focus on all you guys and having a chat with you guys whilst doing this. It's really fun. And they guys are always, yeah. I want to do more of these builds. This was a specific thing. This was, you know, this cost a little bit more than, you know, I wanted to spend on a Lego build to do next. I wanted to spend sort of, you know, a little bit less, but I think what we're going to have at the end of this is going to be a nice little item to have. So yeah, it was, you know, it's worth the extra that I didn't want to spend. But you know, it is what it is at the moment. Everything's so expensive at the moment. Yeah, you just got to try and earn as much as possible and try and be careful where you can be careful. But for me, this brings me a lot of joy. It's a mechanical keyboard and Lego, both things that I love building. And if I can share it with you guys, then yeah, it's a win for me. I enjoy that sort of stuff. So these are the 3 6s. And then we need slightly longer one, so it'll be one of these. Fill that out. Coffee. there. Yes, I am looking forward to going to Tears of the Kingdom, though. Tears of the Kingdom has completely taken over my heart. I've fallen in love with that game all over again. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We put the 10s on the outsides. I've been avoiding spoilers by not watching other people play it, but yeah, like it's like obviously Metro's been fun, Elden Ring is fun, but yeah, oh, you see, it's supposed to be. So these are supposed to be 5s. We need 2. We need. Sorry, let me count again. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. So should be. Yeah, we should be able to fit 2 of these in here. Why are we? Running out of space. Excuse me, gang. This is actually really challenging because all these pieces look so similar. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3, 4, 7, 6. And here, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Are they longer than 10? Wow, this is. I'm going to be honest, gang. This is kind of fucking impossible to keep up with. These are so hard to check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's 12s as well. What? Oh dear. Some of them are 12, not 10. It's kind of nuts. They should be separate. They should be bagged separately. They should be bagged separately, to be honest. So those are both of our 8s. So we need some 10s, and we might have to split another because they're all split over different bags, right? This is the thing, is that they're all kind of split over different. So that's a 10. Another 8. But yeah, them being split over different bags is kind of work with. But anyway, I think we're going to get there. You guys will just have to bear with me. I apologise. They do have the scale size for reference in the like the Lego kits. Well, it says there's no sort of it just has these, right? And there's 2 of them, 4 of them, and 2 of them, right? But I'm having to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, and then there's those are 10s. But like after doing that, and then so after doing those, and then those, I didn't realise that we'd sort of shuffled around and started using different sizes. But obviously these are slightly longer, so yeah, it's a little bit difficult to follow, but we'll get there. We'll get there in the end. I promise I'm not stalling for content. I am genuinely trying to follow up on this stuff and make sure I'm using the right bits. So, anyway, yeah, as I was saying, the gaming market, it needs a win. There's been so many games that have been announced that look kind of mid, or have been hyped up and then released, and they've been kind of broken. So it's I think the gaming market just needed a win to sort of just to reinvigorate confidence in the market, because ultimately, if the market is dropping games that aren't ready, people are review bombing them, not buying them, asking for refunds, boycotting them, they're tanking in the reviews. The investors that the publishers go to won't want to risk their investment because the market's unstable. So we need games to sort of, as a player, you're like, just give us good games, We've had good games for 15, 20 years now. There's been great games over the years. There must be some kind of formula we can stick to, right? There must be some way we could not cut corners and not fuck it up. There must be some way we can do better than this, but who knows? I'm not a game designer, so I don't know. But yeah, I think that there's a bit of money talking and forcing people to do things and work in a certain way, which isn't sort of conducive to a great game. But a long conversation. Have a little bit on Lego kits. You can lay a piece to make sure. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you get you get this, right? There's like a flat picture of it, right? And you offer it up in the manual and it tells you it's the right one. That's missing from this, and yeah, It is because it's sort of a double-edged sword, right? Because you've got so many pieces that look so similar, right? It's super hard to make sure you're using the one with the right amount. So yeah, I think that's what this kit this needs. Is it needs the little thing up here where you've got the thing to offer it up to make sure it's the right size. That's the one thing it's missing. But anyway, we are getting there. I mean, there's only a few pages of this. There's like hardly anything left. So it's just a little bit difficult at the beginning. That's all. So now we're getting on to the interesting stuff. We've got a few of... Also, I think it's just a case of just having all the bits out. Because, I keep having to go for another bag. Even though we've got all these bits here. So they're not bagged up in the most sort of organised way. But because the thing is, these bags will be for the wrist rest, surely. Because we need one of these. See if we can organise these into their different lengths, so we're a bit more organised. So, got one of them, 3 of them, 2 of them that are slightly longer, got 3 of them, and 2 of them. So, and then we've got these little gasket things. They're little holes for the Lego things to fit into. That's kind of nice. Excuse me. No more Peter. What are we building? We're building a Kit Adam, which is a mechanical keyboard, but it's made out of Lego. So in the end, we will end up with a chassis that we can put a gasket in. And then we can start mounting switches. Krill, welcome in. Thank you for the raid, dude. How's it going? Appreciate that. Welcome on in. Krill, is it okay if I give you a shout out with a clip, or would you prefer a non-clip shout out? I don't mind either way. Either way, sorry. But Sub-Zero, I did see your message. Sorry, apologies. Welcome in, Sub-Zero. It's good to see you, dude. Slides into free, melts in your chill, and melts into chill your mortal realm. Welcome in, sir. Good to see you. Do what you like. Do what you do like you want. And thanks. By all means. Well, let's do a little shout out. Right. Let me get this out of the way for a sec. And we'll do a shout out. I'm going to turn the preview on so I get to see it as well. Apologies if the frames go a little bit funny when I do this. But if I do exclamation point or krill. Oh, that's not how you spell krill. There we go. So yes, no raiders. Please go check out. It'll be here. Is it going to work? It should work on this scene. Okay, it might do a clip in a minute. I'm not too sure. We'll give it a minute. Yeah. I don't know why. Is it beneath? No, it's part of the overlay. Right. Apologies, dude. Didn't seem to do a shout out. I apologize. Maybe I don't have a clip, I don't know. But thanks anyway. Yes, please feel free to stop by and give them a follow. Lovely individual. Maggie, welcome in, dude. Yes, we've got a Lego kit. Got a little cheeky Lego build. We're building an 01001 Kit Adam. You can do exclamation point Adam if you want a link to go look at the product page to get some more information about what it is and what it does. I am going to do a quick toilet break. So I'll pop you guys on the BRB screen and then we'll start building out the actual keyboard itself. I'm quite excited. And it even comes with these little rubber tabs that have got holes cut out for the Lego notches to fit in, which I'm really impressed with. So we're going to have a PCB mounted on rubber gasket things on these little steps, which would be really cool. But yes, I had no idea they made this kind of kits of stuff like that. Yeah, it's kind of a collaboration with KBD Craft. But yeah, I'll get you the link. Hang on. I just do. So that's the kit. If you guys bear with me one moment, I'm just going to nip to the loo. If anyone needs to stretch their legs, grab a drink, do whatever, please feel free to do the same. I'll be back in a few minutes, and then we'll continue the build. It's as if we were never here. Woo. Woo. Is there a face? Oh shit, okay. Okay. Fucking did it! Orphan of Kos. Done. Right. Yeah, I don't remember his legs being quite so thin. So, oh, you can stab from down there, can you? Oh. See you later, bozo. See you later. Right, okay. Once again, hold on to your butts. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. No. 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 Oh my god. No. Oh my god. No. Okay. Shit. Okay. I think that is probably it. I think. There we go. Okay, new. Come on. Come on! Let's go! Okay, you've got to take its legs out. Right. Excuse me. Fucking hell. Oh, shit. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Jesus. That smoothie got me. Fucking hell. Excuse me. No!
Why are you crying?
Oh, please excuse me for the frames. Thank you for your patience, everybody. Yes, unfortunately, Maggie, I bit the bullet and I got a 100% but compressed layout from Keychron, and then I filled the case with foam, lubed and filmed all the switches, got some aftermarket keycaps, and yeah, I love this thing. Like, this is my daily driver, so yeah, I thought I could add to the collection with a little custom unit. And yeah, I'm excited to get this done and see what it feels like. But yeah, it's good to see you, dude. Cool kits. Yeah, they are really cool. They are really cool. So this might get a bit complicated. We need to keep an eye on everything. So there are two of those. No, it's this one here. Does that. Bits around the outside. Oh no, hang on, I fucked up there. Excuse me. Come on, brain. So we've got some long bits. So let me count these off because I'm going to get lovely keycaps. Yeah, the what are they called? The Neo Geek. If you search for "this is plastic keycap set," you'll see the you'll be able to find them. I don't know if you can still buy them, but yeah, they've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Probably these bad boys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So one of these goes here. Then does that fit in there? No. Oh, it does. It does. Because one going this way. One of these here. Match up the other side. And one of these here. That. And then along the bottom here we've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Really long ones down here, okay. So I think one goes like that, one goes like that, and then there's one left over in the middle there, I believe. Yeah. There. Goes there. There. We've then got 3 of these, which make up that, and they leave 4. Yeah, that's correct. So that makes it a bit more sturdy with the split down there. Starting to build a little chassis. Lafty, I don't know what this does. Welcome in, Lafty. Redeem floating head. So floating head doesn't work in this scene. I have a green screen t-shirt that I wear when I'm over there where the green screen is. So I put the green screen t-shirt on and then my head is floating because it's a t-shirt. So I'll refund those points for now, just in case you can't redeem it later on. But if you want to, you can redeem it later on. But let me just reject it so it gives you your points back. But welcome in, Lufty. It's good to see you, dude. Hope you and Peach had a good time. Looked like you did. Let me go to manage my requests. And floating head is... Head for 10 minutes. Bottom of the list and reject. There we go. 50 quid for keycaps. Don't know how they would be that much. Yeah, they're kind of rare now. They're a little bit rare. They were, obviously, the thing about keyboards is they... hey, Voltag, how's it going, dude? Good to see you, mate. Had a great time. Glad to hear it, dude. So, yeah, with keyboards, there'll be like a run of like 50, 100, 200, maybe sometimes like 10 or 15 of a keyboard itself, a PCB, a chassis, a set of keycaps. There'll be like a limited run, and it's very much a very limited run kind of game. You've got to get in there and get your pre-order in before they go, because once they go, and that's it. You can't get them again. So yeah, it's a bit annoying. It's a very small batch market. Whilst I'm near my other keyboard, I'm going to do a little shout out for our friend Lufty, as we don't often see them because of time zones. It's not their fault. But yes, for those of you looking for a lovely individual with a great sense of humour who streams at different hours of the day to me, this is your dude. Great fun in their stream. The clip should come up, because I imagine you've got clips. And they play a lot of spooky games. I apologise if the frames of my stream go sideways. But I can't hear the clip. Oh, do I have to put it on monitor and output? Sorry. Oh, no. I hate the way just hovering over. I've got my fucking... There we go. Now I can actually hear things. I'm going to turn the preview off before it breaks in. But yes, if you enjoy a good sense of humour and horror games and that sort of thing, and you want someone that streams in the morning times before I stream, before the other people that I sort of hang out with stream, Lifty is a good stop. They're friends with a couple of other people that I'm very fond of, and yeah, I've had a great time in their stream. It's actually really cool that you're here, Lifty, because I saw a clip today of Max Verstappen, and he was talking to George Russell after the race. And he was like, you have to leave space. And Russell, being Russell, was like, yeah, I just didn't have any grip, mate. And Max was like, come on, man. None of us have got any grip. You have to leave space. And I was like, Max, you can't say that to people. You can't tell other people to leave space. You are, like, known across the globe for not leaving space. Like, you can't have a go at George Russell for forcing you into a compromised position, saying it's wet on the Spain race. I didn't have any grip, mate. I didn't have any grip. Yeah, it's funny how they are definitely both blagging each other. But yeah, it's just one of those things. And I was like, do you know what? I'm not going to comment, but I'm going to go to the comments and see what people are saying. And the first 5 comments were like, Max, shut the fuck up. You never leave space for anybody. You force everybody off the track. And they had like 5,000 likes each. I was like, okay, you know what? I don't need to say anything. It's already been said. But it was kind of funny. It's so comedy in the interviews. Yeah, well, the thing is, they have like a Max loves leaving. Well, yeah, this is the thing, is that Max races very hard. And you can't really argue with it because it's been proven to win championships, right? Racing hard, not yielding, throwing your car in, putting it in the right position at the right time, being aggressive and winning races. You can't argue with that. Many people have done it before him, and I imagine he's got people in his ear in the pit wall telling him to do that because he needs to win, right? And he's very driven, so I kind of get it. But yeah, for him to then say, oh, you didn't leave me any space. Of course they didn't leave you any fucking space. Like, of course they didn't. You know, that's racing, you know. And that's the thing, is that he loves to race people really fucking hard, but then he gets kind of like fucking butthurt when somebody races him hard back. But you know, all world champions are like this. This is the thing, is that Max has had this extended period of being that bratty world champion. I hope he grows out of it, because I can see in him a fucking legendary racing driver. I can see him clocking up some serious statistics over the years. He just needs to stop being so aggressive. He has the talent to outdrive people, but he just doesn't. He just fucking yeets it up the inside. And the thing is, everyone says like, yeah, you just give him space. You know he's gonna do it. You know he's gonna do it. And they talk about him like he's an amateur. They talk about him like, he's gonna throw it up the inside even if there's no space, because it's Max. But he's not an amateur. He's a fucking really good driver. But anyway, different conversation. But it's good to have you, Lift. Right, I actually can't get this fucking foam stuff off, which is a bit concerning. Oh, okay, so we're going to end up with a load of these little dots. But look at this. It's got holes to go over the notches, right? What is that? Can I peel this? It's peelable. I like how everyone else is going side to side and warming up tyres, and you just see Kimi just driving straight. Oh yeah, Kimi Räikkönen is just he will go down in history as like the fucking most, like, the giggest of chads. He gave so little fucks, and he fucking barely ever followed the rules, and yeah. Like, his attitude and everything was so, because the thing is, like I say, you've got these Formula 1 drivers, they're kind of bratty, they're kind of aggressive, they're kind of selfish, but they prove how good they are on the track. Whereas Kimi was amazing on the track, but he just refused to play the game. He didn't enter into that whole circus of like talking and being sort of stoic and everything. Oh, who's this? Lufty! Thank you for the Prime, dude. You only get one of them. Thank you for the sub, dude. I appreciate that. Thanks for using your Prime here. I really appreciate that, man. Seeing as you might not get as much of a chance to watch me, depending on the hour of the day it is. Yeah, I really appreciate that, dude. Thank you. Kimi doesn't give a fuck. I know. The thing is, I fucking love him for it. I love how fucking, like, matter of fact and nonchalant he is. Like, you know, somebody will ask him a question. There was somebody fucking asked him a question, right? And it was fucking really long-winded. This guy was going on about buttons on the steering wheel and everything else like that, and he, after like 5-10 seconds of this person asking a question, Kimi was just looking left and right, and then without missing a beat, everyone laughed about it, and Kimi said, I didn't hear the question, could you ask it again? I was like, that's the most Kimi thing he could have done. The most Kimi thing he could have done was ask him to repeat the question. It's just so Iceman of him. But yeah, I've got a lot of love for Kimi Räikkönen. It's such a shame that he's decided to step down. But yeah, I got a lot of time for him, because obviously Formula 1 became a sport where they needed to bring in more people. So they kind of tried to make the drivers a bit more sort of user-friendly. So a lot of the drivers are very professional, and you've got, you know, Hamilton talking about pushing very hard and, you know, finding that extra 5% or extra 10%. Whereas like Kimi was like, I don't give a fuck. Ask me a question. He's like, yeah, no, yeah. Can I go now? Okay, bye. Oh, mate, he used to fucking crack me up. Right, let me get some tweezers. because this is starting to take the mick a little bit. So I'll see if I can get all of these out. Oh, I think you can punch them out. Hang on. Oh, here we go, chat. Here we go, chat. Now we're cooking on gas. Pop them out. There we go. That's what we want. Right, let's do that. It's late as fuck for me. Usually I'm in bed by now. Exactly, yeah. Like I say, for everyone that wants a good dude to hang out with at a different time of day, usually streaming when I'm having my breakfast, not much earlier in the day. So if we've got any friends out there that it's a very odd hour of an odd hour of the day, if I can speak properly, that's looking for someone that streams a bit earlier, then Lifty's your man. Like Gunther, nobody fuck smashed my door. We look like a bunch of wankers. Mate, because obviously Gunther used to be like a talk show host for like a car show in Germany, right? And there's a photograph, like a screen capture of him leaning over a Ford Focus, and it just says FODFOKUS, Ford Focus. It fucking kills me every time. Thing is, I can't get it out on my phone and show you it on the stream because my phone is the camera for the stream, and if I open up a browser, it will fucking murder the stream. But yeah, he's just leaning over the bonnet of this Ford Focus. Just says FODFOKUS, Ford Focus. Excuse me. Don't want the vacuum cleaner to pick that up and get stuck on it. But yeah, I think with some slightly better instructions, this would be going a lot better. It's going all right, but yeah, I definitely feel as if get an instruction to tell me to do this rather than struggling with what I was doing before. That would have helped. And also, like someone mentioned, the thing on the page where you offer it up to make sure it's the right size would have made such a difference. But yeah, but you know, obviously, considering this kit was under £100, including the wrist rests, I think that's kind of fair, to be honest. Right, so we leave 4 and then we put 1 on. I suppose they're not really, I don't really feel like they're tall enough, to be honest, but yeah, so we leave 4, another one on, leave 4 and pop another one on. There we go. Kimmy's radio conversation is so awesome. Yeah, he just, like, somebody was trying to talk to him about some statistics and why they were sort of like, if you do this and do this and do this, I know what I'm fucking doing, just leave me alone. Well, BRB Crumbs, going to drive a buddy to the store. By all means, do drive safe, dude. You might want to call an ambulance. Your heartbeat has stopped. Yes, I haven't got the thing on. If I what's the matter, buddy? What's the matter? Can you guys hear him? Why are you being a diva? This guy. As soon as I pick him up, listen to him purring. Such a diva. We got a pizza as well. That cat is loud. I know. What a baby! I love. Yeah, bless him. He's just a bit needy. He wants to be picked up and treated like a baby all the time. And I do pick him up. I do play with him. But obviously, I do also need to get on with stuff as well. But lovely to see you, Peter. Hope you're doing well. GG's on the pull up. Oh, that's too many. So we do none on the sides, but we put them there. Leave 4. Yeah. I can aim, that is. Excuse me. And a baby, I love him. Yeah, yeah, I'm the same. No, he just sort of suddenly decides, oh, I need attention, and he'll come over and he'll wail and cry. You pick him up and you play with him for like 10 seconds. He's like, and he fucking wanders off. And I'm like, mate, come on, you can't do that. I don't mind playing with you, but yeah, I'm not going to make the effort to pick you up, sit down in a comfy chair and start stroking you, and then you instantly want to get away and walk off. I'm not playing that game, because he's doing it just to test me, because cats aren't as stupid as we think they are. He is just testing. if he can get attention from me just by meowing and making some kind of... I do play with him. I'm not neglecting him, obviously, because he's an animal. He deserves love like everything else. But I don't want to play into it too much, where the second he starts crying, I run over and pick him up, because that won't, he'll just do it all the time. It's all about the right amount of love, right? I know that sounds a bit cold-hearted, but yeah, trust me. With animals, especially cats, you cave in too often, they take advantage, because they're not stupid. They are quite intelligent. They will eat things that they're not supposed to eat and then feel awful and cost you a bunch of money at the vet, but they aren't as stupid as they look sometimes. Anyway, so now we need all of these bits, which are... We've got some of them with 4. These ones. That's a 5. And we need 7 of those with 4. Okay, so there's quite a few. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So we've got 7 of those. We need 1 of the squares that's just 4, which is that one. They're dumb as hell until it's about manipulation. Yeah, exactly. They're dumb with some stuff, but they're kind of clever and crafty with others, right? See? I literally played with him like a minute ago. And now he's demanding attention again. What? I can't feed you again, buddy. You were just sick. Because you threw it all up, if I feed you again, you'll just throw up. So I know you're hungry, because you just threw up, but I'm going to have to give it a little bit. You're going to have to wait a little while, okay? You're going to have to behave yourself. I know that's difficult for you. So, we need one of these, which is 5. One of these. Currently getting my leg tickled by a cat, sorry. If I suddenly make a strange noise, don't worry. So we need 2 that are 5, which are these ones. They're 1 longer. And then we need 2 that are a little bit longer than that, which is these ones, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So these have 6. And then we need 2 that are 8. These 2. And then we need 2 that are really long, which are these ones only. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, these are the 12s, okay. So they're going to go about there. So, got a 5 at the back there. Slightly longer than that one. Imagine we need one here as well. Then we've got very long one, so that's square piece. Square piece goes there. And we've got the 4s are in between, where we left the spaces, so we'll get these out of the way. Classic throwing up and being, oh, I'm hungry. I know you're hungry, but if I feed you straight away, you're just going to be sick again. So as much as I know, I don't like withholding food, but if he's just been sick, his stomach obviously needs to settle. So a little bit later on in the day, I'll put some fresh water in his bowl to make sure he's got water to drink, because obviously he'll be quite thirsty. And then, yeah, we'll see how he gets on. I'll see how he gets on with dinner, but yeah, bless him. I know he doesn't want to.
Are you going to finish that croissant?
I will finish the croissant. Viper, welcome in, dude. I'll have a little nibble for you, why not? Can I have it? I'm afraid not. It's for me, I'm afraid. I will need the energy. Because believe it or not, on the Saturday streams, I know I shouldn't speak with my mouth full, I apologise. On the Saturday streams, I quite often just have the croissant and the coffee, and then maybe a little snack in the afternoon, and that's all I eat. You can have me. Positivity, welcome in, dude. So, these 2 mega long ones. Do they come up there? Yeah, they do, because they fit. Alright. I believe we do this. This. Alright. Then we've got a little space for the board to go. So, that's one of the rest, so I'll leave that for now.
Are you going to finish that croissant?
Right. So. Ooh. Yes, I will finish the croissant eventually. Oh, hang on. Hold the phone. We need to put the core in. So, we're going to have to make the core up, which will take a moment. So, put these over here. We're going to have to make up the core. So this can live somewhere else for a little while. And it's time to build our core. So, put that over there. We're going to have to get some switches. So we have some Gateron reds, and we're going to need 1, 2, 3. Oh, I can't see. We're going to need 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We need as many as we need. So we're going to need this foam. Going to go in between, so you get all this stuff out. Beg your pardon. Stole our croissant. How could you do this to us? Well, the croissant is my sustenance for the stream. Being this charming and funny does require a lot of energy. I haven't got my stream deck to do a meme when I do that. So that was a joke, by the way. But no, I do need some sustenance for the stream. I'm hoping this peels and we can stick it to this. And then they put... Oh, shit. Oh. Ease. Why do we have all the same common streamers? Because you follow great people, obviously. Oh, dude. Too kind, too kind. I don't know why you guys are so friendly. It genuinely makes me feel, because I think about how I used to watch GDQ back in 2016 and 17 and everything. I used to watch the people streaming playing games, and I was like, damn, that would be so much fun. And I just didn't do it. I don't know what, I just didn't do it. And possibly because I didn't have the time and I was always travelling to and from work and everything. But yeah, like now that I have a handful of people that show up and hang out and are kind and support me, I feel like it's one of those things where like I wish I'd started doing this years ago. I've definitely been missing out on something amazing. I think we just get rid of them. I don't think we need them for anything. I might keep them for something. Yeah, if I need foam tabs for something. So yes, this is going to fit inside here. And, oh, it goes in between, okay. It's going to go in between those little notches. Okay. Right, but we are going to have to dismantle these bits because it doesn't fit. They didn't give me a Lego splitter. Please don't break. I know I've been in like 2 streams and already I've seen enough context and clues to know that croissant is a crumbs law. Yes, yeah, it's kind of a thing. When I was younger, like I say, but when I didn't have enough time to sit down and stream, when I was younger, I was fortunate enough to have some friends in Europe, and the thing about having friends in Europe is, before you know it, you've got like a friend in almost every little country. And over the years, I slowly kept getting the train to the... who's this? Evil Chicken. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How are you? How was stream? What are you up to today? Oh, and yeah, so I went over to France to see some friends that came over to England. And then I met some French people. Then I met some Spanish people, some Italian people, some German people, and then you go see them. And before you know it, you've got friends dotted about all over Europe. But whenever I'm in France, I always want to find a good place to get a croissant and a coffee in the morning. So I do that at home as like a little way of, having something from Europe here. It was good. Glad to hear it. What were you playing today? So we've taken that apart so we can fit that. Evil Ray, welcome in the Fudge Bro. Good to meet you. So, as I say, I hope we can stick this to this, but in the right place. Go this way. I think it does. I think it goes like that. So, does this peel? Don't destroy it. Peel away. It just sandwich. I think it just sandwiches. We're playing Dark Souls 1, really? Are you doing a challenge run or is it a first playthrough? Or are you doing a specific build? I hope the playthrough's going well. So I think we're actually just going to have to live with that. I think we also need to put the stabilisers on there, but we've got the stabilisers over there, so that's fine. So we'll put that there for now. And we'll take our stabilisers. So I think I'm going to go. If the keys are. I think it's going to go that way around, I believe. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4. How round does this go? Got the 2 on the right. Yeah, there we go. 4 on PSOTs. Core plate, PCB. Switches do not belong to the core. They are important structural parts. It's easy to handle the stabilizers first. Okay. So, stabilizers first. So, stabilizers. These ones are clipping, which is always nice. What you up to? So, we are building a Kit Adam, which is a 60% mechanical keyboard, but it's made out of Lego. So we did the stabs earlier, and then yeah, you slowly but surely build this case, and then the core will obviously go inside here on these rubber gaskets, and that will hold the PCB in place, and then we'll have a little keyboard at the end of it. So yes, but Evil Chicken, is it okay if I do a shout out for you with a clip, or would you prefer a non-clip shout out? But I'd love to do one because you raided, but obviously I want to make sure you're comfortable having your clips played. Some people aren't. Please let me know which one you prefer, clip or no clip. I don't mind either way. Yeah, just give me a shout. Curefits, what is this? We're building a keyboard. Wait a minute. You're building a Lego keyboard. I am Curefits. Welcome in. It's good to see you, dude. We are building a Lego keyboard, yes. We've got stabilizers and everything. So that's got gunk on it. So these need to clip in. Clip in. They clip in from underneath. Remember with clip-ins. Problem is your hands get covered in lube. There we go. Goes underneath the board like there. Then they've got a little notch on the side that helps you helps them stay nice and snug. That's handy. There we go. So we've got the spacebar stab. By the way, my first play of the DL1 DLC. So you've got to the DLC. There's some really good fights in it. I mean, obviously, FromSoft DLC is usually top tier, right? But yeah, there are some really, really good fights. I won't spoil any names, but yeah, there's some really good fights in that DLC. Let me just get rid of this plate. That now lives over there. So, I was going to do a shout out, so I need to move this stuff out of the way. Yeah, I'll put this over there. Right, and then I'll turn the preview on so I get to see the clip as well. Handy. And we'll do one of these ones. Or evil chicken. The drink looks good. It is. It's a proper latte. Well, so it's a reasonably good latte. What have we got? Mortuary assistant. Jump scare incoming. Yep, there it is. Oh yeah, these games, eh? These games. But yeah, that one out of all the spooky games that I've seen people play, that one definitely seems to get people more, or it gets people that don't usually get got. So I would actually like to give it a try because I've become a little bit desensitized to spooky games. I've played a bunch of them, and I kind of have this sort of I can feel something coming because as soon as I start to feel any sort of suspense or any sort of build up, I'm like, okay, and it's a shame because over time you do build up a bit of a resilience to it because you start to feel it coming on because there's a few things they do with the music and the screen and a few other bits and pieces, and whenever something is distracting me or keeping my attention focused in one spot, I know something's coming, and it's just your fight or flight reflex just learning with time. But yeah, I would like to give that one a try because it looks as if it genuinely does actually scare people. I'd love to see if it would work on me because I haven't been scared by a game in a while, unfortunately. You mess with a dead body, it starts to get to you mentally. If you mess with the dead body, also the game, if you start mucking around with the corpse, the game is like, okay, that's kind of weird. Let's give him a. Oh no! What are you doing? Why are you doing this? Why? Doing this? Still get this to work. Bear with me a sec, gang. I'm just trying to see if I can get this to snap in. Oh, no, don't do that. No. Oh, come on. Why are you being silly? Being silly. Why is this stab completely twisted out of place? Excuse me, gang. Oh, the stab's being a bit silly. That's not there. There we go. There we go. Right, so this way up. Excuse me. Emulator with an 8. This isn't where I park my car. Welcome in. Good to meet you. May I recommend, if your PCB and backplate supports it, some kind of upgrade to clipping stabs for screwing stabs, generally less rattle and screws? Yes. So what I did with this keyboard, what I did with my daily driver, was I put a little bit of tape inside the stab hole. So when I clicked it in there, the tape made sure that there was some medium in between the plate and the stab, and that got rid of a lot of rattle. But these ones, I don't know if you can see on the camera. Oh, that's not seated properly. Excuse me. I don't know if you can see on the camera, but they have this little tab here, and that basically forces it into place. There's like a tab on the outside, you guys can see, but that's forcing it into place. So yeah, at the moment they're all kind of seated, but yeah, I mean, I'll shake it in front of the microphone. There's a little bit of rattle, but I agree. Getting the stabs nice and secure to minimise stabiliser rattle. Yeah, I agree. It's a good idea. But yes, a back plate or a PCB that has screw-in stabs might be an idea for the future. So this is going to go on this way around. So, and then our PCB is going to go underneath. Or is it? Yes, it's going to go underneath, and the switches are going to go. The switches, no, this is going to go underneath like that, and then the PCB is going to go underneath that. Yeah, and then we put our switches in there. So I'm not going to dismantle and lubricate all of the switches, because that would take fucking ages and it'll be kind of boring for you guys. So I'm going to put them in that. I will eventually pull them and lubricate them and film them. But yeah, I'll be a lurky turkey. Evil Chicken, you've just done a whole stream. So yeah, if you need to raid and run, take care of all your stuff, by all means. No pressure whatsoever. I completely understand. So yeah, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. But thank you for the not lube. No, I've just got some Gateron Reds. But yeah, I've got a switch splitter. But we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We've got like, I don't know, probably in the region of 30 to 40 switches to dismantle, to lube, bag lube all the springs. I've got a stand for lubing. I've got a lube stand, so I could put that down there and I could lubricate a bunch of switches. If you guys want me to, I will, but it might take a long time and it might be a weeny bit boring. So let me do a poll while I get this all set up. But yeah, I got Gateron Phantom Reds, which are pre-lubed and from the factory, and honestly, it's more than fine. Yeah, these ones aren't bad. They're not bad. But let me do a poll and we can decide. Because at the end of the day, what you guys want is the most important thing. So let me see if I can start a poll from here. Poll. New poll. Lube switches or nah. So I'll do a quick 2-minute poll. So please vote in the poll so I know. We can take these switches apart and then lubricate them and put them back together. It might take, I don't know how long it will take, but yeah, it might take a little while. But yeah, or we can just put the switches on there and just build the keyboard, test it, and then we can play Tears of the Kingdom. So vote and tell me what you want. Because I don't mind doing it. It's very therapeutic and it's sort of one of those little jobs where you just crack on with it. Being able to talk to you guys while I do it will be really fun, but it will just be me lubricating switches, taking a switch apart, putting lube on it and putting it back together. It will be quite long-winded. So yeah, vote in the poll, or we can just whack them in there, build it, test it, and then we can go play Tears of the Kingdom. It's totally up to you there. I don't mind either way. I'm going to put this in the sink while you guys vote. Bag lube them springs. Yes. Definitely bag lube. Although, I'm not sure I've got a Ziploc bag to use. Heaven forbid. But let me check the... I can see how it's going. Oh, everybody wants to see me lube them up, really? Okay. Okay then. Right. Do you have to buy your own switches for the kit? You can get the kit with switches and keycaps, or you can get the kit just with the PCB. I've already got some keycaps and I've already got a bunch of switches, so I actually don't need an extra set. So yeah, might as well go all out using Crytox 205G. For the stabilizers, GPL 205, and for the switch for the springs, GPL 105. So I haven't got Crytox, unfortunately, but Lasting Mix, welcome in. Good to see you. How's it going? So I need to work out how many switches I need. So let's count. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 64 switches. Yes, 64, yeah. Yeah, it makes sense. Right, so we have the sack of switches. All that matters, it's 205 and 105 for the springs. Yes, so 105 for the springs and 205 for the stabs. We've already done the stabs, so yeah. Stabs went dilated grease actually because 205 wasn't thick enough for me. Yeah, we got some. We did actually get some. We got some lube for this one. I think I might as well be able to throw that away now. We can make some space. We're going to go down there. I've also got this foam sheeting because you can fill the case with foam and sometimes that makes a difference. So we might be able to test that as well once we do a sound test. And then we've got some retro OEM sort of sharp cornered switches, and these are leftovers from my daily driver. But yeah, we've got them. So they're kind of basic, but yeah, but they are shine through, and I think this has got RGB, so having shine through keycaps is kind of cool. But yeah, looking forward to it. But they're grey, so I'm hoping it goes grey with the white case. I think it'd be quite nice. You get painter's tape, you can tape the back of the PCB to make sure the switches sound more poppy. Yes, I have heard that. I have heard that as well. Yeah. Right, 64 switches, don't forget. 64 switches. 64 switches. So. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 18, 20, 21, 23, 25, 26, 27, 28, 30. Melon! We have a Melon Potato Raid, welcome in. How many was I counting? I was counting, sorry. Melon, welcome in, how's it going? We've got Ball-Shaped Billy and Supremacy as well. And Echo, how's it going, Echo? Melon, thank you so much for the raid, welcome in. I'm waving at the camera, I'm trying. Melon, is it okay if I do a shout out with a clip for you? Or would you prefer a non-clip shout out? I don't mind either way. But we're building a keyboard today. We're building a Kit Adam, which is a 60% electrical, mechanical keyboard made out of Lego. So yeah, we've built the case, and now we're doing the switches, which are these things. Because they're a little bit rattly at the moment. This is sick. I know. Melon, your mum is a big fan of orchids, right? You weren't here for the previous stream, but let me show you the orchid we built. Now we built this the last time we did a Lego stream. It's got like leaves that move around, and these can move around, but they're supposed to be orchids. But yeah, I was building this, and I was like, you know what? It's cool that I know that Melon's mum likes orchids, and she might be able to recognise which kind of orchid these are. But yeah, Mama. Nearly dropped it. Oh my god, it just started to twist in my hand as I was putting it on a shelf. But Town, welcome in. Good to see you. Where is Mama Potato when you need her? That looks so good. Yeah, it was a great little build. So we need 64 key. We've got the. So I'll get you guys up to speed. We built a chassis from Lego. Oh wow, excuse me. I'm smashing everything. And then we put these little rubber gaskets on there, and then this sits on those little things there, and that's going to hold the switches. And this foam thing goes in between this and the PCB, and the switches hold it, and it all goes in there. So, but we need to make some switches up first, which takes a little while. So we need 64 switches in total. We're going to dismantle them, and then we're going to lubricate them and put them back together, which will be quite fun. And exactly how you like it, I bet, really cool. It takes a bit of getting it all done, but it's so worth it. And yeah, I think lubing the switches would be really good. And Battle Mullet as well, welcome in. We also need to do a shout out for the lovely men, and bear with me one moment. I won't be able to see the clip, but I will be able to hear it, which is almost as good because Melon is a wonderful human being to go hang out with. One of my favourite streamers from the bottom of my heart. One of the most wholesome, lovely people I've come across on the platform. So definitely worth stopping by to say hello. '18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. Okay, so we're going to need a few more. Excuse me. Echo, thank you so much for gifting yourself to Melon. I appreciate that. 7 months of the melon. I feel blessed. I feel blessed. But yes, the non-raiders, please. Honestly, I'm not just saying this because they raided me. I spend a lot of time in Melon streams, and I always have the biggest smile on my face. They are such a friendly, lovely human being. Melon, what are you doing? No hype, no hype. It's a chilled out Lego stream. Thank you very much, man. That's very, very kind of you. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for 5 gifted subs. And you got Cure Fits as well. And you got Zorro and Josh Jake Wright and Threadful Char and Triple H. All the QEs. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Melon. That's very good of you. Thank you so much. Hearts for Melon, please. Hype for Lego, indeed. You want a developer dude too? I've got literal toast notifications. Well, no, I made. Obviously, I thought I need something that pops up that's bread related that has space for text, and I was like, well, a piece of toast coming up, and then the text appears on the toast, and then it goes away. That'll do, right? And it was way easier than I thought to make. So yeah, so I think this should be enough switches. So we got one. Let me just double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 2, 4, 6, 10. That's 30. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. That's 50. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Oh, chat, do you know what? We've got 65. So we're not bang on, but having one spare is actually kind of cool. Anyway, so now we've got to pop these bad boys open, which does take a while, so I apologise. But please feel free to chat amongst yourselves, ask questions to me, and we'll hopefully get a good conversation going. Looks clean, not crumbly at all. Remember to lube up a couple of extra ones in case you bend the pins or something. This is very true. I might actually grab a few more, as you say. But Melon, what were you playing today? What did the shout out say you were playing today? Because you finished Sekiro, GG's, super tough game. They were. You were just chatting today. Okay. What were you chatting about? What did you get up to? So we'll chuck a few more in there. Come on. So I don't want to lube in this bag because that'd be kind of gross to then put the switches back in. But anyway, we finished Outlast. I see. So so rather than talking about PPs, I imagine at the end of Outlast you saw some PPs. Can you hear him? Melon, I have a friend for you to meet. I have a friend for Melon to meet. This man. Look at this man. Look at him. But yes, I'm raising money for the shelter that I got him from all month. This is the bit that takes forever. So what I could have done is I could have done this off stream, because also as well as lubricating the switch, you can also get some film that goes in between either half of the switch, and yeah, that makes life a bit easier as well. But yeah. Who's this? Bless. Yeah, he's an Oriental Shorthair, so he's very chatty. Oh wow, just threw the spring out of over there. Thanks for that. He's very chatty, but very loving. He's very friendly. He's brushing up against my leg now because I said hello to him. You might be able to hear him wailing in the background. He does wail. He is fine. He's not actually in trouble. He's just a very noisy boy. But yeah, he do be that way. But yes. Either way, welcome in, Raiders. Thank you so much for staying in with the raid. I appreciate that. We are playing Tears of the Kingdom later, but we're doing a Lego build of a keyboard today. We're going to leave the switches, so it'll take a little while. So please feel free to get comfy, grab yourselves a snack or a drink if you need to use the loo or whatever after the raid. Melon, you've just done a whole raid. I can't even imagine what time of night it is for you. It is, what time is it here? It's 2 o'clock, so it's quite late in the evening. So you've just finished a spooky game late at night. So I imagine you probably need to do your post-stream routine. So if you need to raid and run, I completely understand. We'd love to have you, obviously. I'm not kicking you out, of course. But yes, thank you so much for the raid either way. But yeah, if you need to raid and run, just let me know. I appreciate that. I know how it be and how it do. Oh, please don't throw the springs away. Right, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to put the springs in here because you can already see problems happening with that. I'm already getting cat hair on the springs, which is great. When did you get him? So I've had him for about 2 weeks, nearly 11 p.m. Okay, he's inspired my cat. He's decided right now is a good time to just grumble at me for no discernible reason. They do that sometimes, right? Watching the cricket ATM against India, played in England. So your neck of are they playing at Lords? I think it's Lords they play at. I don't know what it's not the Ashes, because you wouldn't be playing India for the Ashes. It must be something else. But yes, this might take a little while. I apologise. The Oval. I think the Oval is in Brighton. I think. I think I've actually been to the Oval to watch some 2020, and also my parents went to go see Elton John play at the Oval, which is pretty crazy. But yeah, I used to work down the road. Because Brighton is, I mean, it's bigger than where I live, but it's not massive. But yeah, there's obviously a lot in the surrounding area. But yeah, what's the score at the moment? How are you guys doing against India? Because in Kennington, Kennington or Kensington? Oops, excuse me. Yes, I am going to need a bag to lube with. But look at that. We have a bag. We've actually got a few bags. But this one will do. So we will be able to bag lube. Could be wrong, you said that just going by Google. Yeah, it might be Kennington, I can't remember. South London, mate. Kennington is near Brixton. Yeah, this is the thing, is that there's so many places that have a place that sounds like it in London. Because there's Kensington somewhere. There's also a Kennington, and then you've got like a bunch of boroughs that are kind of similar in name, and then there's all sorts of buildings. There's so many buildings in London. They run out of names, and they just start naming them after all kinds of stuff. But I was working on a data issue the other day, and I actually found Hellion Court in London, and sent it to Kate. I was like, "There's a whole building named after you over here." Why are you crying? You've got so many places to chill out. You've got water in your bowl. You've got me to hang out with. Why are you moaning so much, eh? So, let me have a quick sip of something. Excuse me. What's your exactly the words? Near. Yeah, Kensington is the one with the rich ones. I believe Natural History Museum is near there. Oh, I see. You wouldn't know because you lived in the fun parts. Yep. The fun parts where you see somebody cross the road towards you and instantly decide, you know what, I don't need to go to the shop anymore. I actually need to go back home very quickly. What you got for me, blood? Nothing. I have nothing. Just like everyone else, I've got nothing. Please leave me alone. But you got something for me though, still, yeah? Let me see them pockets. Oh dear. But at least most of the time they don't have a gun, you know? And I was listening to a 50 Cent interview. And he was like, you become a musician and you've got record labels and execs and everybody handing you contracts and stuff. And you have to sign the contract if you want to be a star, right? But then later on you find out the contract screws you out of pretty much every fucking penny you're going to earn, even though you're incredibly famous. He was like, it's kind of funny, you know, on the street, at least the fucking person will show you the knife. They'll show you they've got a knife and they're willing to use it. In the music industry, it's all done on paper behind closed doors, and you don't know that you're being screwed. And I was like, it's kind of weird how they went from one extreme to the other. They're getting screwed both ways, but in the music industry, you wouldn't expect it, but it is kind of fucked. Just knives in London, yeah, sometimes, yeah. Loads of experiences on the 118 going to work at 5 a.m. 5 a.m. in Central is, yeah, it's a bit of it's a different world. Aussie just getting a total in first innings 469. India replied with 296, and now we're 260 for 6, 433 ahead on day 4. That's not bad. It's not bad. That sounds pretty good. They just have spice and some audacity. Spice and some audacity. Sounds like a Lily Allen album. I've been quite impressed. I've seen Lily Allen acting and doing a really good job. I've always been really impressed with Lily Allen. From sort of a humble beginning to sort of becoming sort of a bit of a fashion icon, and just having a really good attitude towards lots of things. But I did see them sort of attacking Spotify, saying they don't pay artists enough, and I was like, you are laying on a sofa in a penthouse in London as an incredibly wealthy musician. So yeah, like you obviously make a lot of money out of music, and actually Spotify it's a double-edged sword, you know, because lots of people are like, oh, Spotify, they're screwing the artists. And I was like, you do know how the music industry works, right? Like I was just talking about. Like, you do know how the music industry works, right? The artist has always been getting screwed. It's just now the record label isn't doing all of the screwing. Is that they're actually able to get their music in front of many more people for, you know, roughly the same amount as publishing a record. But obviously Spotify isn't charging the earth, so they can't really pay the artists as much. But they probably could, but you know, it's the music industry. It's always been kind of fucked, unfortunately. I don't mind a few of their songs, to be honest. I don't think we can lose from here. Best India can hope for is a draw. It's the World Test Championship final, so it's a big game. Yeah, 4 days is mad, right, for a test. I know they're obviously 4 days, but yeah, Test cricket is kind of mad how it lasts 4 days, but yeah. Makes me wonder if Spotify could replace record labels. There's a couple of middlemen in their ATM. She's very right though. Spotify are the lowest paying service, and they have as many users as they do because of the user experience. I'm a proud spoofy hater. Yeah, I mean it's one of those because, you know, like I don't think that if we all migrated to another service, I don't think it would get much better for the artist. I think that the alternative is everybody goes back to just stealing music for free, which was obviously not okay. So I think that having a service that allows people to stream as much music as they want for a certain amount per month, you know, and it's one of those things where if it wasn't as affordable, it wouldn't have taken off. It wouldn't exist. So for all its flaws, the fact that I have discovered and gone to see live probably about 10 to 15 bands I never would have heard of otherwise. I just wouldn't have heard them, or I would have seen like a poster for them and not known who they were. But the fact of the matter is I've got a suggested algorithm on there that keeps suggesting me music, and every now and again it hits it with something. And then I love the band and I go and see them live, I buy their CDs, I buy their merch, but I never would have known they would have existed otherwise. So it's for exposure, definitely across across like different speaking like it breaks the language barrier quite well. There's a lot of German and French and Japanese bands that I love the music. I can't understand what they're saying, but I love the music, and I would never have come across them because I don't speak the language. So it's cool that it breaks down the language barrier with music a little bit. But yeah, at the same time, they do need to pay the artist more. But if the monthly price goes up, it would then charge the end user more. Users would stop using the service. It would then go down. They would then make it cheaper, and then we'd be back to square one. So yeah, it's a super difficult situation to be in. It's test 5. Only got tomorrow to bowl them. Fair enough. Runs at a loss, to be fair, at least in 22. So does it run at a loss? Really? Fucking hell. The guys complaining about Spotify being greedy would ring true if they didn't use shit like Ticketmaster for their concerts. Well, no, that is the promoters, to be honest. That is the whole ticket tout, the whole venue ticket tout thing. That's venues and promoters. So yeah, I mean the thing is, the artist wants tickets to go to the people that love the music the most, right? And they want it to go at a price that they can actually afford, because no band wants to make an extra couple of grand and play to an empty room. They would much rather say, you know what, sell the tickets a bit cheaper to fill the room, because ultimately I think a lot of bands, they just want to play in front of a massive crowd of people. They want to perform and feel that energy and that buzz, and I respect that. So yeah, the price of the tickets and everything, the bots that buy up all the tickets and then fucking like resell them for fucking hundreds of pounds more than they're worth. It's fucking so sketchy. Big artists could refuse to play 100%. It's 400 to 600 million euros apparently, from 12 billion euro revenue. Really? So is that how much? So 400 to 600 mil euros apparently from 12 billion. So they make that much of a loss. So they're operating at like, so they're losing. Oh, Echo, thank you for gifting yourself to Supremacy, dude. I appreciate that, man. So it's it's a 50% loss. That's kind of fucked. That's kind of fucked, right? It's kind of fucked. I didn't realise that they were operating at such a loss. Because I know that there are companies out there, and what's going on here? Echo, thank you for gifting a sub, dude. So it was Echo gifted to Spaces. Echo, dude. Thank you so much for gifting us up to Spacey as well. Enjoy your ad-free viewing in your emails, guys. Yes, 5% loss. A 5% loss. Because I was reading about how there's a lot of big companies that are very, very careful to break even. Because if they generate too much profit, they fall into tax bans. So what they do is they reinvest and they sort of, they self-fund a bunch of other projects that then return them a separate revenue stream that is taxed differently. So they earn a shitload of money, but then they spend a bunch of money operating things at a loss, but those losses break even almost, and that breaking even is more than the tax they would pay on that huge profit. So I don't know, I think Amazon, sorry, one sec. He's banging his bowl around, bless him, looking for food. So what time is it? It's 2 o'clock. Okay. So I think at around about, let's say 3 o'clock, I'll put some more food down for him. I'll put half a pouch down now, and then I'll put another half a pouch down later. So he's only got half a pouch to eat. That way, he hopefully won't get too sick. That should help him out. Buddy. Okay. He's nibbling on the bits that he left behind, which is fair because he left them behind, so he should be all right. But yeah, remind me about 50 minutes time. We need to go and put some more food down for him. Bless him. But yeah, I heard about some huge companies. I can't remember which ones, but they deliberately reinvest a lot of their profits into other enterprise, and those enterprises are literally just breaking even. But by just breaking even, they are able to compete in a market that then doesn't cost them anything because they were going to lose the money to tax anyway, which is what I think Amazon was one of the ones where Amazon is competing with like 7 other like markets at once. They're going after 7 other markets at once. Hey man, how's it going? And yeah, they're going after Like they've got Amazon Prime to take on Netflix, they've got AWS to take on Microsoft Azure, they've got Twitch to take on something else, they've got, I think Twitch is to take on YouTube. They've got something going that is attacking another market, and they're doing it in this massive wheel, and they're taking on so many battles in different markets. But because I think the expenditure of just existing and being a competitor is enough to spend enough money to avoid paying as much tax, I think it kind of works in their favour. But I'd need to double check all the figures to make sure I'm getting it right, because some of that might be unfounded, so it might not be true. What are you crying about? I know you want food. But you need to wait a little bit, buddy. Only about 45 minutes ago you threw up in the bedroom, okay? We're going to leave it for another 45 minutes and then we'll feed you, okay? I know. Makes you wonder if a few of these things like Uber run at a loss and spend shares money purely and hoping to win long term and then rack up rates. Yeah, it's kind of like just it's about earning the right amount of profit, right? Because if you earn enough profit in the right way, you don't pay tax and you don't have to sort of submit anything, and you're free to do business in various ways. Once you start raking up massive profits, it becomes a lot more difficult to operate as a business. And yeah, that's where they start trying to reallocate their profits into funding other projects, and that keeps them underneath the tax bracket, and it keeps them out of the way of the inland revenue and everything. But yeah, that's just financial. That's just the financial market. Amazon Game Studios, exactly, Spacey. These sort of ventures that they seem to be such a loss leading sort of venture, but they just keep going, and it's like, why are you continuing to spend this money? It's clearly not netting you any profit, but they just need to put their money into something that isn't generating profit to avoid earning too much. So yeah, it's financial bollocks basically. All the while, right? They'll throw money at a project to avoid paying tax while people struggle to eat. It's just fucking capitalism, right? It's one big fucking joke. Unfortunately. So I think we've got roughly half. So we'll lube up and then and then we can do the other half. So he is a hungry boy, yes, but like I say, he did eat his food this morning, and then within probably an hour and a half, he's just yacked it all up on the floor in the bedroom. So he's obviously his stomach needs to be given a chance to rest a little bit first. And like I say, did I hear lube up? Yeah, yes, you did. We're going to do something called bag lubing, which is a lazy way to lube up the springs that go inside the switches, as you'll see. Oh, I did hear lube up. Yeah. I need a smaller bag for this, to be honest. Browse, indeed. Oh. One bag. So, you seal the bag up like that with the lube in it. And you can see the lube has distributed itself all over those springs. What's the lube for? So the springs will be sliding up and down on the peg. So yeah, it's just to make them a bit smoother, basically. Yeah. Basically, you just want to try and remove any kind of any way that the springs or the plastic can scratch against itself, because it feels kind of weird. It's hard to explain, but yeah. As silly as it sounds, it does make a difference. It's weird, but yeah, you have your switch. Oh shit, these are all covered in lube. Now this is the problem. Once they're lubed, they're a pain in the ass to get off. So this is obviously doing that inside your thing, inside the switch, all the time you're pressing it. So if you lube it up, it just means that it slides along the peg a bit better. So yeah, it's a little bit OCD, but it does kind of add up to it's lots of little things that you do that add up to a nice key throw. So when the switch moves, it feels much nicer. So it's a bit of work, and it takes a while, but the end result is really good. So I forgot to put these in their little things. And yes, I have got somewhere, I've got a bag of switch films, because there's these little plastic films that go in between the bottom half and the top half of the switch, and they make sure it snaps together and it fits really tight. But for some reason, just can't find them. They're not in the box with all the other lubricating stuff. I just don't know where they've gone. But they're not very expensive. But the thing is, when you buy them in a sheet of like 6,000 or something. So it's like you get like 10 sheets, and they've got like, 3,000. Yeah, they've got like 500-600 each. It's fucking ridiculous. And yeah. So this is what I should have been doing: is popping the switch and putting these in here. Ow. Lube is there to decrease the spaces and things rubbing together, creating a rattle essentially. Just to fill out the spaces and reduce friction. Welcome back, crew. Good to see you, dude. Makes sense. It would decrease the rattle too. Yeah. So the stabilizers, you put a bunch of lubricant in there, and why did they keep popping back out again? I suppose they are covered in lubricant, to be honest. But yeah. So you put lube on the bar where it fits in there, so it doesn't rattle around on the inside. And yeah, it's effort, but at the end of the day, once the keyboard is together and you type on it, it feels so much better. So yeah, it is worth it in the long run. Excuse me. Is it a real keyboard or just a Lego? It's a Lego. It's made of Lego, but it is a functioning keyboard. We do have a back plate and a PCB that's USB-C. So at the end of this, once we've built it, we'll be able to plug it in and I'll test it. So I'm looking forward to testing it, to be honest. Do you ever re-lube the keys? Yeah, occasionally, yeah. I mean, once you've lubricated them, if you put a good amount on there, because you can over-lube them and it gets a bit sticky, so you need to get the right amount, and obviously, CureFit's mentioned it earlier, but the right kind of lube, it needs to be the right thickness. There's a viscosity you want, and that means you can put a fair bit on there, and it will lubricate, fill up the empty space, but it won't ever sort of go dry. But obviously, yeah, it's about using the right lube. So yeah, it's a bit long-winded, but in the end, you end up with a much nicer keyboard as a result. And yes, we did do a vote, so yeah. So this is going to be 11. So this will be 33 switches. So yeah, we're roughly half, I think. Yes, other than the cricket, what's everyone else up to this weekend? I'm going to build this, and then we might get some Tears of the Kingdom in at the end. I'm not too sure, depending on how long this takes. I do want to play Tears of the Kingdom today, but yeah, I thought this would be a really fun build so far. Lots of people have been quite interested, so yeah, it'll be a nice little thing to have. But yeah, I thought maybe I should have pre-lubed my switches, because that way I could have just been building the whole time. But yeah, this is still kind of fun. Is it VIA or QMK compatible? I assume it is. You do it right now, yeah. So the PCB is just an add-on. So Aussie's declared 443 ahead. GG's. Yeah, that's quite a lead. I've got lube on my hands, but yeah, I don't want to tear any. So they're 2-pin, and I believe they're RGB. They might just be white, but yeah. My keyboard weighs 1.3 kilograms and is a solid block of aluminum. That's ridiculous. I mean, I'm not too sure how much this one weighs. I don't know how much this one weighs, but this is my daily driver. But yeah, CureFits, I filled the inside with foam, so it's like nice and solid. But yeah, this one is it barely rattles at all. But that's my daily driver. Titanium doesn't tarnish or corrode with rust or age or anything, but hey, bloody lasts forever. Yeah, is it titanium? Oh, is it, aluminium? Okay. Have a lifetime guarantee on a titanium keyboard would be pretty correct, because titanium is one of those things. It was super popular and people were using it for absolutely everything, and then it kind of calmed down. They stopped using it for absolutely everything. So yeah, I'm not sure it's perfect for every use case, but you know. So now we need some of this. So the switches, sorry, the springs. Start putting the springs in. Yeah. Then I think what we'll do is spin this round. Carefully, breadcrumbs, come on, pay attention. So that we're out of the way of all this lot. Right, this is going to require a little bit of focus, so I'll try keep chatting, but yes, as I say, I might be a little bit distracted because yeah, if I drop one of these springs or throw one in out the window or something, or the thing about springs is you put them in there, they spring and then they bounce and they go somewhere. They go into another dimension and you never see them again, basically. So yeah. Yeah, I seem to remember it's actually easier to do it with tweezers, to be honest. Then what we can do is we can oh come on, what we can do is we can put some lube in here, and then we can do all the lubes, put all the stems on, put the tops on, and then we're halfway there. Suppose what we could do is we could do them in batches, right? So if I make some space here, put that there, get the lid of this off. So how am I going to get a bunch of lube? How am I going to get a bunch of lube out of this thing without making a mess? I know what it looks like, chat. But it's not, alright? It's not. So that should be enough for most of it. And then we take a brush and we take a stem. Do a little bit of lube there, there. Just enough that you can see the colour of the lube. Just enough. Also a little bit on there for the spring. Back. That goes top of there. That way around. And then we repeat that a lot of times. And then we're there. Yeah, you want to get all your nooks and crannies, because that's where the plastic will be brushing against itself. Your Fits is definitely Danish, yes. I think it might be easier if I grab out of it like that. Yes, Cure Fits is definitely Danish. I have got a switch holder somewhere. What I've done with it. Take too long to find it now, but yeah, I've got something that's good for gripping the end of them. And that might do it well, to be honest. So I might actually double check. Is there a category for building keyboards? I've got lube all over my hands. Is there a category for building keyboards? Definitely an accurate depiction of midsummer celebrations in Sweden. Also deeply disturbed because I watched Midsummer yesterday and everything now I don't know what to think of the Swedes. Well, yeah, I'm sure it isn't as bad as it looks. Let me just check the categories. because just chatting seems like a pretty good one for this. But is there keyboard? Keyboard Mania, Keyboard Commander. Yeah, I suppose just chatting is probably the best, to be honest. It is technically a just chatting stream. Excuse me. Andy SPG, also hi. I have arrived with the melon raid. Welcome in, Andy. How's it going, dude? Makers and Craft is the place to be. Yeah, I suppose we could do Makers and Craft, but yeah, I don't know. I think just chatting is a more popular category, to be honest. And we're not really, we are chatting, I suppose. So yeah, not completely out of the realm of reality. Bearing in mind the kind of stuff that goes on in just chatting, I think we're okay, to be honest. But yes, I am trying to do the chatting bit as well. Because yeah, at the moment, difficult to think of a good conversation topic whilst I'm carefully trying to lube up all these stems. But yes, it's a bit of effort, but it will be worth it in the end. Problem is, I can already feel like I'm getting lubricant on the pair of tweezers, which is, yeah, not ideal. Thing is, they need to work as tweezers. But anyway, we'll get there. Oh my god, it's so hot today. My poor British body is not ready for this because I found out that actually on one side of my family, one person on one set of grandparents, one side was from Newcastle and the other side was from Manchester, but they moved down here. But that would explain why I'm always too hot down here, because it's a lovely place to live, but the temperature is much hotter here than up north. And I think I've got the northern insulation in the sense that my blood is warm and I'm a bit chubby. But it would explain a few things about my personality. Because I've always had more of a kid. I've always felt like I get on with northern people more than people down here. Which was weird because most of my life I grew up thinking I just didn't get along with people. And then I met some northern people and I was like, these guys are amazing. Like, people up north are really friendly and nice. But I think it's just my personality. Do you happen to have a sugar cube grabber? Those are amazing points. Yeah, I have got one. I mean, give me a second, guys. Let me just grab this little toolbox I've got down here. I don't think it'll be in here. It is. It fucking is. Right, that was a good move. So, this thing makes life a lot easier because what you do is, you do this, put that on there, and it holds all the corners for you. Oh, like that. And you can lube away to your heart's content. It is a much superior way of doing it. So, thank you for jogging my memory, for convincing me to go look for it, CureFits, because yes, it's going to make life a lot easier. But I'd obviously put these things this way around when actually they want to be the other way around, but anyway, doesn't really matter. Yeah, these make the world of difference. Yeah, I haven't really got music set up because it's DMCA. Put it on channel 2, but I haven't really got a way of playing music on the stream without also including all of the desktop audio, which would include all the redeems and sounds and everything, which means you guys would get the encoding of the audio from the redeems and sounds and memes and everything, as well as what got picked up on the microphone, as well as the music. So yeah, it would be a bit of an onslaught of audio. But yes, it's something I need to think about for the future, because it would be nice to have a bit of music on in the background, because I'm starting to feel like I'm not giving you guys enough attention, and having some music on would probably make that feel a little bit better. But virtual audio cables on Mac are fucking ridiculous. They are such a pain in the ass. Bad ginger, because I like the heat for the most part until I'm trying to do something, then I'll be the thing is, like, I don't think, like, lots of people are like, oh, you know, the UK doesn't even get that hot, and I'm like, you don't understand. Like, in America they have a dry heat, or in Australia they might have a dry heat, and then they come to London in summer and they're like, this is fucking unbearable, it's so humid and uncomfortable. I'm like, you don't, yeah, exactly, I understand. We don't have the dry heat. Our heat is a very, very humid, uncomfortable heat, and it is sweltering. They don't understand it. And my friends from Europe are like, oh, it's 25 degrees in England, it's so warm, it's too hot, I can't go to work. And I'm like, you guys, you do realise that it's not like in Spain when it's 25 degrees. I've been in Spain when it's 32 degrees, and it's fine. In the UK, when it is above 20 degrees, it is humid as fuck, and it is so uncomfortable. It's so gross. I found a cool thing on my mum's side. It's from Stockholm. But people from a family in the 1670s lived at the neighbour farm, and she lives now. It's just what are the odds? 500 kilometres from Stockholm. Oh, really? So you guys live near where she would have lived as a child? That's interesting. Last year the temps hit just under 40 degrees. I was absolutely knotted. Any kind of workout. Yeah. Doing cardio in the summer, because like in the winter it's like, oh, this is really uncomfortable, it's cardio, it's horrible. But then you're like, actually I feel kind of warm and I feel kind of good, and the cold temperature, it kind of, but the second you stop you fucking freeze. But yeah, in the summer doing cardio, you're just dripping with sweat. It's fucking, it's just so much harder. There's something about the heat that makes it harder. But yeah, you've got to get it done at the end of the day. At the moment, I'm only managing to get down the gym once a week. I was going twice a week, but I was only streaming twice a week. Now I'm streaming 3 times a week. I'm only managing to get down the gym once a week, but I am still going down there. I am still doing a basic workout. I'm not I'm not building any muscle. I'm just using the muscle I've got, because I don't really want to get much bigger. I just want to make sure I'm doing something physical with my time, because lack of activity is surprisingly bad for you. Surprisingly bad for you. So yeah, I think just getting down there, doing some basic weight exercises, and what are you doing? Excuse me. Oh, there's a cat here. Yeah, I'm not pushing it. I'm not going up any weight. I'm just getting through my sets and then doing sort of 11 minutes of cardio just to keep fresh. Eventually, once I've got three streams a week down to a more of a refined kind of routine, I might have the energy to get down there twice a week again. But at the moment, I'm still doing more than a lot of people. And I know you shouldn't compare yourself to other people, but I'm doing more than I would be doing 5-6 years ago. So I'm still trying, if that makes sense. But yeah, at 38, the body doesn't really want to do very much. Definitely kicks off at me a lot. But I know it would kick off a lot more if I didn't do anything. So, plus, I'm one of the fortunate people where exercise actually really helps my mental health. Doing a bit of exercise can do me the world of good. Don't think Denmark tracked accurately before 1700, so yeah, okay. Especially not in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, exactly. As you get into the rural parts of Europe and everything, and the rural parts of the that sort of island, the record keeping starts to get a bit sort of unreliable. But yeah, it's really interesting that you could live so close to somewhere where they lived as a child. It's interesting. Grew up a good chunk in Germany, and the summer can be mid to late 30s, and nothing like being mid 20s here. Yeah, it's a different kind of heat. Swole bread income. Nah, I'm not swole anymore. When I was a kid and I was not eating properly and doing all sorts of bits and pieces with things you shouldn't do bits and pieces with, I was quite lean, but I rode BMX, which is just like upper body, and you use your hips and legs a lot. So riding a BMX smashes your legs. Doing tricks and being over the handlebars smashes your upper body. So I was actually in pretty good shape, but I wasn't healthy, if that makes sense. I didn't have much fat because I was in my 20s, because your metabolism in your 20s is insane. But yeah, I wasn't very. Now I'm chunkier, but I'm actually kind of healthier in the long run. So yeah. Lack of activity is very bad. My dad's back is fucked because he didn't move so much because of his work as a master, a master watchmaker. Really, a watchmaker. I love watching those videos of people restoring watches. I love that shit, man. Engineering different stuff. He sat too much at a desk and didn't move. Yeah, exactly. You've got to get the right amount of movement in, and it's what about works. It's about what works for you. Yeah, it's about finding the right balance for you. So hot. I'm from QLD Australia. It really gets that hot even here. Really. First time in my life we'd ever had that kind of temp. It's more common because it was kids. We rarely saw 25. We regularly see 30 in summers now. Yeah, it is definitely getting warmer. I refuse to accept this sort of thing that there's always been fluctuation. It's definitely getting warmer. The climate is definitely getting warmer, and we need to be a bit more switched on about it. Right, I'm going to leave this there because it's very tasty. So I'm not using that anymore. We've got the tool. We have the proper tool. And he's using the proper tool. Lol, keck redeem. Excuse me. Weird not having my stream deck, man. Weird. I'm usually carrying all of my jokes with redeems to make them actually funny. But yeah, not being able to redeem it. And I was thinking about this, right? At first, I was like, that's a death sentence, right? But the more streams I go to that allow the viewers to type in a word and make a sound, the more times I keep going to streams and they do that. And yeah, it's like, even when they're taking the piss and spamming it, it's still kind of hilarious. So I am kind of tempted to see if I can work out how you guys can type exclamation point Keku and exclamation point, stop it, and and we could create a few word things that you guys can type in, because a lot of you have a really great sense of humour, and I'm really fortunate to have so many funny people in chat. And I think I should probably lean into that a bit more. I was thinking of if I can get a way for a certain word in chat to play a sound effect, then you guys can have something to contribute to the stream as well. But yeah, obviously there'll be a fart sound, there'll be the Keku laugh, and then we can we can discuss in Discord about which ones to add. Yeah, thought it'd be kind of fun to give that a test. Obviously, if it goes wrong and people are fucking redeeming it like back to back constantly, I'll have to start slapping cooldowns. Sorry, not timeouts, but cooldowns on everything, just so that people don't take the fucking piss. Because that's what I was worried about. Obviously, I trust you guys, but it is the internet at the end of the day. You never know who's going to come through on any given day. So I need to work out how we can regulate it to make it so it's actually funny rather than just annoying. Watchmakers are awesome. I know. I love watching those videos where they slowly strip down like a precision timepiece and fucking spend like a bunch of time like cleaning and refining and then lubricating and then putting everything back together. And they use on the bearing surfaces. So rather than using a bearing system, because the watch is so small, rather than using a material as a medium for the bearing, also they use ruby. That's why some watches are so expensive, because the pivot points of stuff, it's like the bearing surface is made of ruby, because it's really, really resistant to wear, but it's still polished and able to sort of be slippery. So yeah, that's one of the reasons, because they literally use like precious stones as bearing surfaces inside some of those watches, which is fucking crazy insane for me to hear. So let me just check. Just want to make sure this housing is going to go on there properly. So it goes on that way. Yeah, we're okay. We are okay. I'm just gonna do this for a little bit, just as a change of pace. I know this is quite repetitive, so yeah, I'm just trying to space out, doing them bit by bit. Where everything jumps up and down when I do that. But yes, thank you, Curefits, for egging me on to do this properly. Because I was thinking like, oh, okay, I'm not cool enough to keep a bunch of people entertained for like 15, 20 minutes, maybe half an hour while I lubricate all these switches. But yeah, it will make a difference in the end. Unfortunately, like I say, I can't find the switch films. And you know what? It's classic. I bet you, once I've finished building this, oh, they do feel so much better. There's just something, it's difficult to explain. Somebody was asking, like, why do you do this? It's difficult to explain the difference between, like, this. Yeah, it just feels more solid and smooth, and, like, yeah, it just feels nicer. It's fiddly and it's over the top, but yeah, it does make a difference in the end. He tried to teach me, so I know the basics. Oh, honestly, Krill, I mean, like you say, it's not great for your back, but yeah, it's a very. I love watching the videos. It's so cathartic watching somebody restore. I love restoring stuff. I mean, these Lego builds are like the first step, because I would love to get some console mods like HDMI kits, drive emulator, so you can use an SD card, so you can copy all your games that you own legally. And you can copy them onto an SD card. That means you don't have to change the discs and your laser doesn't get worn out. So actually, as long as you own the game and you own the console and you mod the console, if you own the game, you can emulate it and everything. So yeah, it is technically legal, obviously. So yeah, I wouldn't distribute copies of the games or anything because that's actually illegal. But yeah, you can get these like ODEs. It's called an optical drive emulator, and it replaces the drive sled and the assembly. So you can keep that safe from wearing out and breaking. And you can play all the games you already own. You can make ROMs of them with your computer and put them on an SD card, and that'd be really cool. I'd like to do one of them on stream because that would involve soldering and everything. And I haven't done any soldering projects in a while, so yeah, I feel like I'm going to get a little bit rusty. But yeah, watch videos, console modifications, just anything being restored throughout lockdown. Before I decided to start streaming, I was going through YouTube like just every day, just watching so much content because I was so bored. And eventually I got onto watch restoring, and then console restoration, and then console modding, and yeah, I thought it'd be so cool to do that. Get a camera like this, but then I started streaming and I was like, this is even cooler. Getting to chat with people live and everything is fucking rad. So yeah. Excuse me. Has an atmos clock which winds itself up from the temperature and the atmospheric pressure changes the environment around it. Oh, so it winds itself with the atmospheric pressure. That's fucking rad. Super cool. There are the clock mechanics, unusual winding techniques, which is awesome too. They were invented in the 17th century. Some bloody clever people are. Well, this is the thing. Do you know what? Right? It's interesting when you look at how technology made us race forward in terms of innovation. I feel like it's starting to die out now, and the fact that we have so many distractions that are technology based, we don't come up with new stuff anymore. We found a way to occupy our time. So we're not creating anything new. We're just creating stuff on the internet. So we're creating content, but we're not so much creating as much art or film or sculpture or anything, because so many people are happy in life just being entertained by what we've already got. Whereas, like you say, when you go back to like the 17th century and shit, there was nothing to do. So some people were so bored, so driven, and they had so few distractions that they came up with some of the most incredible mechanisms for things. You think about how a pocket watch, right? Pocket watches have been around for fucking God knows how long. But obviously they went through that process where they made a full big clock for the town hall in the town centre and the small settlements and villages and stuff. And they basically just found a way to precision machine all of the same parts, but on a micro scale. So they could then just make pocket watches that were just basically small replicas of a big clocks. But they made the big clocks first, right? But even the fact that a clock that can keep time, you can wind a spring, and then you have an escape wheel that bounces back and forth, and it's weighted and set up in a certain way so that it bounces in 1 second intervals, and that's what notches the wheel along. and makes the entire mechanism work. You've got a system of gears that convert that 1 second, 60-second rotation of a clock face into minutes and hours on top of the second hand. And yeah, watching somebody dismantle a watch and do that is fucking just cathartic. I love that shit, man. I used to have it on in the background. But like I say, I watched a whole bunch of content on YouTube because I was stuck indoors and I missed all my friends. I missed going to the office. I missed commuting. I missed reading on the train. I missed staring out the window on the train and everything. But yeah, eventually I ran out of content on YouTube and I was like, what else can I watch? You know, I've watched a bunch of films. I've played a bunch of games. And I was like, oh, there's a new game coming out today. I wonder if anyone's streaming it because, yeah, like I say, I used to watch GDQ and that was it. So I started watching people streaming these games and I was like, shit, this is actually super fun and interesting. Like, you know, it's different from YouTube content. And I was obviously burned out on YouTube content. And yeah, that's kind of when it happened. I got Bloodborne for free and I was like, damn, I should play this because I've heard so many good things about it. And yeah, because of Bloodborne and because I got raided by somebody who then introduced me to somebody who introduced me to somebody who introduced me to somebody, I actually managed to build up a little network of people to hang out with. And because of that, here we are. Trying to make sure there's no cat hair on this one. There is, excuse me. I don't want cat hair in the switches. But yeah, it's fucking wild how, had they not chosen to raid me on that day, had I not chosen to go to their stream and say thank you afterwards, a few days later when they were live, I never would have met any of you. Fucking wild, right? Violin Rutter, the creator of the Atlas Clock, was a genius too. Trust me, the Ukrainian situation is pushing tech beyond the scenes a lot. Really? Because of Ukraine? Okay. So true, because I got my dad's drive to learn new things because of his philosophy that human should try to learn as much as they can and learn a lot of things so they are a modern Renaissance man. I think that knowledge is definitely power, and I think that just like the rest of your body, your brain needs to chew on things. It needs to grapple with things a little bit. So I think that, you know, taking the time to read or learn about things, even if they don't have any real practical... Oh, there's so much cat hair everywhere. I'm sorry. I think I had one stuck to the fucking brush as well. I don't know where you are, but your hair is everywhere, mate. But yeah, I think it's... even if you just learn about how something works, even if you're not going to go into that field of research or work, I think just learning about how the world works and giving your brain something to chew on, something a bit more sort of, you know, a bit more in depth than just watching television or, you know. And don't get me wrong, I completely respect that sometimes people have very, very stressful jobs. They have very, very complicated day-to-day lives. So being able to get home and just fucking tune out and just watch junk and just let their brain just, you know, relax, I completely respect that. But I think with social media and everything else, I think everybody is just constantly like having their attention just eaten up by content that is just designed to just serve you advertisements. And I know that it's very hypocritical of me to mention that whilst streaming on a platform which is designed to generate ad revenue, right? I appreciate that, the hypocrisy. But yeah, I think that, you know, in today's world, we live in sort of the working class. We operate in this kind of social economy where the main resource is attention. And as a result, people spend thousands or hundreds of thousands, millions of pounds trying to devise ways to keep you just distracted. And I don't think being distracted is necessarily a bad thing because, you know, being 100% aware of what's going on in the world all the time is overwhelming. And I know that social media, in terms of the news being shoved in your face all the time, it can be, you know, it's not the distracting stuff. It's the stuff you don't want to, the stuff that's difficult to understand and to sort of comprehend because it's fucking so like fucked. But yeah, it's just a situation where I think that if more people were able to set aside some time where they learned about something even if it was just to learn about their life and where they came from, why they feel the way they feel, and just understand themselves a little bit better. I think that it would create an environment where less people would have as many anxieties about who they are and how they fit into the world. But unfortunately, there's just so much content being thrown at people, so as to facilitate a platform for advertisement, that people never have a chance to really dig into any of it. The content's on your screen, you flick past it, you get an ad, you flick past it, you get an ad, and it's very short form. And I think, I think like a YouTube has longer form content, but in today's world, I'm worried that people aren't gonna want long form content. They're gonna want quick, snappy, easy to digest content, and it's difficult to make a point. It's difficult to make anyone understand something or learn anything meaningful in 7 to 10 seconds. It's just not enough time for people to really grapple with the idea that's being put forth. But good philosophy. I respect that a lot. Something we should all try. Honestly, love YouTube for that. There's so much good educational content. Exactly, it's the educational content that I love. Just learning about how things work, not specifically because you need it for your life, but just because it's good to make your brain grapple with ideas and stretch its legs a little bit. But like Leonardo da Vinci's memory technique was to read about many things. You build up a library of reference, memory, so you can that worked like that. Should work almost like that too. And for me, I have to create what's called a memory palace. So for me, my memory isn't great, so I have to create a memory palace. So I have a massive castle in my head, in my imagination, because my imagination is better than my memory, and there will be objects in my memory palace that remind me to do things. So there's cat food on the counter in the hallway because I need to get cat food sometimes. I've got some at the moment, but I need to get cat food in the future, so it's there to remind me. So I leave the cat food there. So kind of like my flat, I have a memory palace in my head with different rooms. When I go to a room that has my bike in it, I know that my tools are somewhere, and I know that certain tools do certain things. So that's kind of how I structure it all. But memory palace is good too. It's a great technique that helps me because my creativity and my visual memory is better than my eidetic memory. That's what works for me. A lot of people only seeing a quick headline now rather than reading the content. You get a very simplistic idea of what's happened, but probably not a good thing. Yeah, exactly. Ever heard of Buckminster's Fuller? Ever heard of Buckminster Fuller? No, I don't think I have. If you're in the Discord and you've got a link to it, please feel free to pop it in there. I don't have a mind's eye. You don't have a mind's eye, Cuba, but you're a photographer. You must be able to visualise photography, surely. You must be able to visualise the photographs you're going to take. Because I've seen your photographs and they're really, really good. Really? Trial and error. I don't think that's true. I think you do have an eye. I think you've got an eye for it to a certain degree, because you say trial and error, but when you've got the picture, you know you've got the picture. So I think that you might be coming at it from the other way. I think that you know what the picture needs to look like, and you think it's trial and error, but once you've got the picture, you've got it. So I'll be looking to finish my nails off, so there's only 7 minutes to go. You should feed the little creature now. Oh yes, good point. Thank you for reminding me, Peter. Thank you. And yes, I look forward to seeing the nails on the Instagram later. But yes, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate that. Have a great day. I think I've heard that, so you can imagine somewhere you've been, or imagine an object. I know the proportions and what the general rules are descriptively, but I can't see it as a picture in my head. Oh, okay, that's interesting. It is interesting. Okay. It's a very interesting genius that also recorded every hour what he did for like his mid-20s to his death. So there's a crazy library of his life, really. It's interesting. Okay, there must be a huge amount of information to go through. But I bet there's some interesting data to pull from that. I'll try and drop back in if I don't take 3 more hours. No, Peter, don't worry about it. It's the weekend. If you need to get your nails done, obviously you're doing all the lifting and stuff. You've got to look after your nails, because lifting with nails is like such an art form. I imagine. I can't even imagine gripping into a bar with like the claws that you ladies like to use. You people like to use. Sorry. But yes, if you can make it back, no stress. Don't worry about it. I'll be watching anyway. I was looking forward to hanging out here while doing them. Yeah, by all means, you choose your own level of involvement. If you've got stuff to do, it's the weekend, It's the weekend, it's hot, you've got stuff to do, it's completely fine. But thank you for hanging out for so long, and thank you for the reminder. I'm going to go put some food in his bowl. Hopefully he doesn't go insane and eat it in like 2 mouthfuls and throw it back up. So I'll be right back, guys. I'll pop you on the BRB screen so you've got some clips to keep you company. And I'll be right back. Just one moment. It's as if we were never here. Woo. Woo. Is there a face? Oh shit, okay. Okay. Fucking did it. Orphan of Kos. Done. Right. Yeah, I don't remember his legs being quite so thin. So, oh, you can stab from down there, can you? See you later, bozo. See you later. Right, okay. Once again, hold on to your butts. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. No. 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 Oh my god. No. Oh my god. No. Okay. Shit. Okay. I think that is probably it. I think. There we go. Thank you for your patience, guys. Helps them not break, to be honest, but the worst thing is contact lenses. Oh god, yeah, putting contact lenses in with talons like that. Damn. I would be such a terrible person with nails. Like I keep mine so short because but I would be so bad if I was a person that had nails, that had the big sort of I don't know what you call them, expensive nails. If I had the big sort of very what's the word? What's the word for something that's like really showy and sort of, I don't know if sassy is the right word, but if I had like the big sort of, the big sort of, I don't know if they're called shellac. This is the thing, I'm a bloke, I've got no idea how that stuff works, but yeah. If I had those big kind of like claw type nails, I would poke myself in the eye so much. It would be so bad. So yeah, I keep mine nice and short. I can't type. I'm in complete awe. Like when I see a person that's got like full on, like really nice long nails with like a nice pattern and they've got a nice like polish on them, and they're typing on a keyboard faster than I can. I'm like, how are you not hitting every key at the same time? I just don't understand. I think we might run out of this fucking. I think we might run out. We might have to get a bit more lube out, chat. Not Cora. Oh yeah. We're running out now. And we've got all these to go. So yeah, we are going to need to do a bit of a top up, but it'll be a good change of pace because appreciate that. We've been doing the same thing for a very long time now, but as Curefit's mentioned, I agree. It is going to make the world of difference. As soon as you start doing that after you've lubed them, they're so silent and smooth. They feel like really solid. Suddenly makes sense. Like, this is why we make the effort. Oh, excuse me. For me, it's all in my head. Like if I'm redoing my car engine and take it apart and rebuild in my head where things should be. I can remember certain things, but I have to make a list of everything. All of that is just descriptions in my head. Like I know the apple is red, but I can't see the apple is red in my head. So you have like an eidetic memory, not a photographic memory, strangely enough, even though you do photography. That too. I'm neurodivergent. My memory is crazy good. I remember stuff from when I was 2. Oh, really? Oh, give me one sec. All good there, mate. You have a nice little sit down in the sun? Okay, I think we've got a happy boy. He came past, made a bit of a noise, and he's just gone to go sit down on the windowsill. So hopefully, he's going to sit down on the windowsill, let his food go down properly, then we'll carry on. He's a good boy. He's a bit of a diva. He's a good boy. But yes, in about 2 weeks' time, he would have been with me for a month. And the question will be, can he stay with me? And at the moment, I feel like he probably could. Obviously, I'll have a discussion with the rescue centre and make sure that we're doing the right thing for him. But yeah, I think during the day, he's pretty happy. That's the first time he's thrown up. And to be honest, I think the bowl that I put his food in, it isn't great because food falls out over the sides. So I might have to get him a new bowl. That might help him a little bit. But you can also get these mats. It's like a mat with grooves, and you squish the food into the grooves. And it forces them to try and lick the food out of the gaps, and it forces them to slow down. That's something else we can try. But even with that, another cat that I looked after, another Oriental Shorthair, that's my friend's, she still managed to eat too quickly and throw up at least once. Bless her. But yeah, I mean, I'll try different foods with him as well. But I don't think it's from anxiety or anything. I think he's pretty chilled out during the day. Probably just sat on the windowsill now. He's going to fall asleep for the whole day. For me, it's like a photographic memory on information like mechanisms, history, and technical stuff. But remembering where I put my car key. Well, this is the thing. Certain things don't seem important until you suddenly realise, shit, I need to know where that is. In Discord Crumbs, it's from YouTube. Oh, thank you for the link, Krill. I appreciate that, dude. Thanks, man. I think it's just the descriptions. Like there's 1.5 kilometers there, and you need to take a right. And so you remember things as a list of words, not actually visualizing it. Okay, that's interesting. For me, I can kind of play a video of my walk, but some of the building or details are fuzzy. I don't know some specific details. Super interesting. Different. Yeah, it's interesting how the different kinds of memory work. Or in my case, how memory doesn't work. Okay, in the traffic, there should be a faster route. Yeah. I suppose if you think about things like as a list of words and instructions, you can kind of, you can make those kind of changes, I suppose. So I can tell the exact detail of the buildings and the sidewalk after like 250 meters of the sidewalk with the tiles sticking up slightly. I like the house I walk past after 2 has 4 windows on the side. I like the paint and with the paint peeling off. What channel should I put the documentary in? Movies? Yeah, stick it in movies for now, because it's kind of related to sort of film, I suppose. So, it's closer to film than anything else. So just stick it in movies for now, or general if you want. I don't mind. But yeah, thank you for asking, though. I appreciate that. But yes, so I at school I wasn't doing too well, and they took me to see a specialist, and they figured out that my short-term memory and all those other parts of my brain that handle the memory, they just weren't developing properly. So my memory is very bad. So I just have to remember that my memory is bad, so I can make notes and reminders and stuff. Because stuff just completely goes out of my head and it's completely gone. It is something I've struggled with, but I've kind of found a way around it. I've sort of, like I say, I'm in the habit of making reminders and setting alarm clocks on my phone to remind me at certain times of day to do certain things. And once I've been doing something with a reminder for a few years, that's when I start to truly actually form a memory of it. But it does take a few years, fortunately. But over time, as long as I keep setting reminders for things, I should be all right. But I remember what days I'm streaming, obviously, because it's usually all I can think about. want to get everything else done and then get on so I can hang out with you guys. We are fucking plowing through. But I think after this lot, I might put these in certain places so we can get sort of something built. I don't know, maybe we should wait until we've got the whole lot. The other thing I might do, I might go and grab my fan and turn a fan on because I'm getting kind of sweaty. Not mega sweaty, just a little bit clammy. You know, when you start to feel a little bit clammy and sticky in your clothes. So yeah, I might go and grab my fan because it is the time of year to start using it. It was quite expensive. I'm missing Lego Day. Gat, welcome in, dude. Yeah, we've still got plenty to go. We've still got the whole top half and 2 wrist rests to make. So yeah, still plenty of stuff to do. She is soon 5. Cool, my daughter has a photographic memory about buildings. It seems she knows like a lot of buildings in our hometown because I have like 1 to 3 times and it sticks with her. I see. It's interesting that when the people are young, they demonstrate things like they can remember things really, really well. And if I was to ever have kids, I would hope that they would have a better memory than mine. I hope they would get the memory from their mother. They would get a good memory because, yeah, I wouldn't want anyone to go through what I went through at school, feeling like I was just broken and like not right in the head. And how I got told, at a very young age, oh, you won't be good at this, you won't be good at that. And I was like, fuck off, man. I mean, I was only a kid, so I didn't say anything. But yeah, I was like, don't tell me what I can't do. I haven't even really tried it yet. It's just because I'm not doing well at school. But yeah, they said, oh, he's dyslexic, he's not going to be good at this, he's not going to be good at this. He's creative, but he hasn't got the memory to apply it and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, pfft. And obviously I was just sat there with my parents, so I couldn't really say anything because I was too young. Didn't know, I didn't know how to stand up for myself. But I heard what he was saying, and I was like, all right then, mate. So I decided to prove him wrong. So I started doing crosswords and Sudoku, and I was constantly trying to do maths in my head, even though I just struggled with it like mad. But eventually, I started to teach myself different ways of figuring out these problems. And it turns out, it wasn't the fact that I couldn't do it. It's just the fact that the way that I was taught at school didn't suit the way my brain works. So I had to find my own ways to tackle arithmetic and mathematics and stuff. I had to practice it in my own way and come up with my own conclusions and my own solutions. And since then, several times on the internet, I've come across like a video, and it shows like a visual way of like doing stuff in your head, rather than thinking like Kjofit is saying, like thinking of numbers and timesing them together and trying to remember it all. There's pictures you can draw with lines, and then those lines you can count them in a certain way and it gives you the answer. But obviously doing that to a classroom full of kids would be practically impossible, so they just teach you to memorize everything. But I can't do that. My memory doesn't work. But yeah, it doesn't work very well, that is. It does work, but it's just kind of sketchy. I have severe anxiety, so I'm on early retirement. Only thing I can do is go out in nature. I hope going out in nature helps with the anxiety. I think being in nature and being in the stillness and the outdoors, I think that's probably quite good for anxiety. I think living life in a built-up area full of cars and technology, I think it's not good for the human body. I don't think it's good for the human being in general. I think that lots and lots of people genuinely do live in an environment that makes them very anxious. They just have ways of dealing with it that other people don't. And as a result, I think that we overlook the fact that living in cities and all that sort of stuff, it's not good for us. It really isn't good for us. Anyway, she's like reading simple English non-fiction books, and she can learn English good and learn information. I'm trying to teach Lisa stuff she finds interesting and shows her subject she doesn't know about, something sticks with her and she likes it. Yeah, you've got to find what they're interested in for sure, man. Finding what they're into and then supporting that from a young age, it's so important from what I've read. If I've been somewhere, I've built a mental map like you're playing an FPS and you have the mini map. The thing is, right, if you ask me right now, if you took me to a giant car park with no markings, just a big flat empty car park, and you asked me to spray paint the layout of dust from Counter-Strike, I could probably do it pretty accurately. I could probably create dust in a map with spray paint on the floor, because I used to play the shit out of that map. It was such a good map. Gonna use for learning techniques, not worse, but different. Yeah, I think that different brains tackle problems in different ways. And I think that, yeah, hopefully it's better now for kids these days. But yeah, I think that there's definitely sort of, you know, a portion of the population, of the human race, sorry, that just don't learn. They don't really pick up on, you know, just this whole sort of, if you just memorize all of your times table, then, you know, you won't ever have to use a calculator. It's like, well, what if we can't memorize, you know, everything? You know, and obviously, how much can you memorize? What you're saying is you need to memorize every single outcome rather than learning the theory behind it. And then I saw a video of how they basically, if you've got like 2-3-digit numbers, like 237 times 650 or 652 or something, you can draw lines in a box and you count how many crossovers there are in each section, and that gives you the amount. And that's a visual way of doing it in your head. And I was like, that would have been like fine. I would have been completely fine learning that. But you know, it's, you know, they just didn't teach it at school, right? Unfortunately. So let's put some switches into the PCB, because yeah, we've been going nuts with the lube and everything. So yeah, we'll take a quick break from lubing, pop some switches in for the PCB and see how we get on. So for the PCB, I want to rest it on something. I don't know what to rest it on. And let's rest it on a cloth. This cloth should be, hopefully this cloth is wide enough for the PCB. Yeah, it should be. Okay, cool. Right, so let me get this nice and it's a funny way to spend the weekend. We have an abandoned parking lot and some spray paint. Let's recreate our favourite GoldenEye stage. Again, GoldenEye as well. I could probably remember some of the GoldenEye maps. Patience level has decreased with kids that had a screen in front of them when they were very, very young kids. Didn't have to think so much, in my opinion. It's bad to let them have a screen in front of them at a super early age for a long time. So yeah, I let my daughter do that too, but just for a certain time limit. Draw, build puzzles. That's, yeah, I agree. I mean, the thing is, I don't have kids, so I can't ever even sort of begin to understand what it's like. And I know that it's tempting to give them a tablet and just let them be distracted, because it's fucking a full-on onslaught sometimes looking after kids. But yeah, I tend to agree that, you know, I think that we've seen what happens, and yeah, the whole concept of an iPad kid. You see like adults that can't do anything. They can't, you know, they have to have a tablet on in front of them all the time. They can't exist without it. They struggle to pay attention without the tablet. They've grown up with it, and yeah, I think that's definitely a bit of a problem. So let me make sure I'm going to put this the right way around, because it seems as if the PCB is just going to float underneath. There it is. Okay. So hopefully, I mean, these switches, the bottom of these switches is the same as these ones, right? Slightly different. Okay, I think we should be alright. We should be alright. So, goes there first, then this goes over the top. This goes on here. Like that. Then, you'll be able to pin a switch in each corner. This is the bit I don't like, because the PCB isn't. Oh, that's bent. Oh no, that's bent. Oh dear, hang on. Okay. It might be easier to do it this way around. Easier to do this. And get everything lined up. So I'm going to try and get 4 corners in there without destroying anything, and I'll be right with you, but I need to support it from underneath. Yeah. Oh. I think we're all right. Once I've got these 2 corners in there, it should be sort of straightened out, so it should then allow me to put the rest in. Still gently, but yeah, I think we're going to be okay. So I'll do this corner as well, so I'm going to make sure everything's lined up correctly, 'cause it's a little bit out of line, but right, so I'll get this space bar one. Cool. I have too many kids here. The modern era lets me know what's wrong with each kid. 5 kids and 5 diagnoses. Yeah, you've got a bunch of them, man. So I would tend to listen to what you have to say, because not only do you have kids, so you've got a bunch of them. So you've experienced it, because they're different in their own little ways, right? Because they're people, you know, they are little people. So it's like, you know, if you've got a bunch of them, you're probably going to come across pretty much everything that's going to happen eventually. So you're not seated properly. There we go. That's why it wasn't straight. Okay, all right. But yeah, that feels pretty solid. I'm quite impressed with that. Use the switch remover on the keycap tool. Oh yeah, this thing. Sorry. I know. I was using my hand when they get stuck. Yeah, sorry. The kid who we figured out and got dialed in first is thriving. Okay, so yeah, you've got one that's doing very well. That's good to hear. Hopefully that helps the other ones as well. What does dialed mean? Diagnosed and aided. Autumn, 2 years old. Boo made and accommodations. What's boo made? An explosive form of Gatorade. Yeah, it's important that you get the switch. So what you want to do is you want to get the switch sitting on all 4 corners, then push directly down. You don't want to go in at an angle. You want to get the switch on there. Let's do one up here in the middle, just try and support this. You want to get your switch. You want to move it around so that it's dead flat. You want to push directly down. It should snap straight down to its socket. With any luck, that is. But we'll get all the outsides done. Then I'll go through and check all the pins are through. They're through holes. Alright, you're going in pretty well. And then yes, the last thing we'll do is we'll figure out if we're going to put foam in here.
Says put your finger on the hot swap socket on the back when you insert the switch, otherwise you might knock it off the board.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I was hoping because they sit higher than the rest. I was hoping because they're on this, which is on a table. I thought I might be all right. But yeah, you might be right there. I just don't want to get grease all over the fucking all over the board. Okay. As you say, these hot swap sockets, they're cool if you want to change switches, but yeah. Thought I was a good dad till my youngest. She may be a genius, and I live in terror. There's probably some diagnosis, but the diagnosis of the kids is not a thing here in Sweden, but it should help them see where she started in school in autumn. Yeah, well, yeah, I hope the school goes well though. But yeah, It's important to sort of make sure that we're getting people diagnosed for the right things early on, so we can accommodate, of course. I'm gonna head to bed. Thanks for the chat all. Have a lovely day. Supremacy, it is quite late for you, dude. So yes, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for staying in with the raid. I really appreciate that, dude. I hope you sleep well. Hopefully I'll see you in one of Melon's streams in the near future. So we've got the outside, and then we've only got the little keys in the middle. Liking the way this is coming together. Although I wasn't sure, should I wait until I've got all the switches done? Oh, no, I don't like that. Yeah, here we go. There we go. It's better pin. But I didn't commit. I caught it before I destroyed it. Thanks and see you. Yes. See you later, dude. Sleep well. So I might be able to save this. Just gently squeezing it between some pliers. Straighten it out. Might get away with that. Might get away with it. Yes, we got away with it. So I was about to grab one of these. Those aren't lubed yet. So heated correctly. Oh no, we've got some more bent pins. Pins, mate. So yeah, I'm sure Cure Fits knows. There's a certain amount of force. They should just locate. So your switch housing is nice and right, and then yeah, they should locate and then go in. Oh no. I think we're all right. One might be. It's quite solid. I'm quite impressed with just the switches holding it on. It's pretty solid. But yeah, I'm pretty sure. We'll do a final check once we're done. Make sure all the switches have seated and they're all in the right thing. But yes, we are getting along. As we're going along, like I say, we are going along, but they keep snapping in and making that sort of clicking noise. And I know they make a clicking noise because they're snapping in, but there's like this slightly higher pitched bit that sounds like something just snapped, but actually it's just the switch bedding in the socket. Okay, so I don't think we've got as many as we thought to finish up with. Oh, there's a few more there as well. But yeah, look at that. That's pretty solid. So I'll put that to the side for now. But I might just do a test fit now that we've got some switches in there. And it's a nice tight fit. Doesn't quite, but yeah. Okay. But yes, we can always just pop this back out, and we can put foam in here, and that will then make it probably feel a lot. Oh yeah, we want to give it a bit of a twist to. Oh, there we go. Cool. So back to this nonsense. Excuse me. Check my internet. Been alright so far. I want to make sure that we're still alright. Right, so close that. Excuse me. So, more switches. So, we've been doing this for a little while. Do we want to take a quick little break? I could probably use the toilet, move my legs a little bit, and then we'll crack on with the rest of these switches because we need another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 24, 25, 27, 28, 30, 30, 31. We've got a bunch of them here, so. But yes, if you would like a break, please type the word break in chat. If you want to carry on, type carry on in chat. I could do another poll, but you know. Actually, no, a poll's anonymous, isn't it? So let me do a poll. Actually, you know what? A break wouldn't hurt. A break wouldn't hurt. I need to make sure I've got a drink, which I have. So, we'll do a quick one. Take a little break. Grand Fomorian, good to see you, dude. We'll take a little break, only for a minute or two. I'll quickly nip to the loo. I'll make sure I've got some water to drink. I'll just move my legs a little bit and move my back a little bit because I've been standing hunched over this desk for a little while. Please feel free to do the same. Grab yourselves a drink, go to the toilet, stretch your legs a little bit, and then we'll be right back. So yes, I'll pop you on the BRB screen with some clips if you want to hang out. You can watch me get mugged off by bosses. And yes, I'll be back in a moment. It's as if we were never here. Woo. Woo. Is there a face? Oh shit, okay. Okay. Fucking did it! Orphan of Kos. Done. Right. Yeah, I don't remember his legs being quite so thin. So, kind of. Oh, you can stab from down there, can you? See you later, bozo. See you later. Right, okay. Once again, hold on to your butts. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. No. 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 Oh my god. No. Oh my god. No. Okay. Shit. Okay. I think that is probably it. I think. There we go. Okay, new. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for waiting. So, we are going to need the bag because we've got some more switches today. Got a few more housings and a few more stems. That's cool. Tweezers. What are you moaning about? Eh? I don't know how loud he is in the background. Because the microphone does have a noise gate. And I'm quite impressed. You know what? This microphone was like 17 quid. It was so cheap. But with an EQ and a couple of filters, it can sound so much better than some of the other ones that I've used. Don't get me wrong, I've definitely heard the difference with some people that have the professional podcaster mics that sound so rich There's so much depth to their voice. I'm like, damn, that sounds sexy as fuck. But yeah, they're really expensive. And also, when you compress the audio for the stream, I'm not sure how much you lose. But if you make content where you're allowed to use a higher audio bitrate, like for YouTube or for podcasts and stuff, where you can use the full 326 or 512 or whatever it is kilobits a second just for audio, then yeah, it makes sense because you've got that massively expanded range for your audio. So yeah, I can see why. But for me, like this little microphone, it's so nice. For the price, it's so nice. And obviously, because I didn't spend a bunch of money on the microphone, I was able to spend a lot more on the green screen setup, which I am quite proud of. It took a little bit of fine tuning, and it definitely probably uses a lot more processor power than having a normal webcam. And no shade to anyone that uses a normal webcam. I've seen it. You get to have a little background, so you have to you get to create a little scene behind you, and that's cool as fuck. I love that. But for me, I wanted to challenge myself to get a green screen set up. It took a while to get the lighting right and get the right light bulbs and the right lights and everything, but when I look at how well it cuts me out, I'm quite impressed by it. Seeing as up until quite recently, the only time I'd seen a good green screen was in a studio with thousands of pounds worth of lights. Yeah, yes, a little break is super important when crafting and making. It is indeed. I haven't got any cake, unfortunately. So I am trying to be a little bit careful with the sweets. But like we've said, you do need a vice. Everybody needs at least one vice. I'm trying to scoop up the lube that got stuck underneath here. No, it's gone. It's gone. We're going to have to get a bit more lube out, chat. Excuse me. Problem is, I've got lube all over my hands now. So, yeah, the little man nibbling away. Didn't eat all of his food in one go. He ate a little bit of it and then he left it. So I think he's learned his lesson. Give him a little nibble there, bud. I know, it's such a hard life. Fed your whiskers pouches. Yes, I know. It's a very hard life you lead, I know, it's so tough. How do you survive? How do you do it? Oh. Sorry, gang. Decided he's very, very upset about something. I don't know what it could be, but you know. He's actually, I'm joking, he is actually fine. He's looked after an Oriental short hair before. It was a female and she was like just the loveliest little cat. He's just plonked, he's just flopped out on the floor next to me, bless him. Are you trying to be cute to get my attention? I know your games. This isn't my first rodeo. Yes. For the future, it would definitely be cool if I could get music playing on the stream. But I think that will be one of the things we have to wait until I can build a proper streaming PC. Because yeah, on PC, capturing the audio from just one program is considerably easier than doing it on Mac. On Mac, for some reason, it's just an absolute ball ache. And like there are programs that would allow me to do it, but they're like 160 quid. It's just too much. Like 160 quid for a program that just allows me to capture the audio from Spotify. It's a lot. I don't mind spending like 100 quid on cameras and microphones and stuff like that because they have multiple uses. But yeah, £100 on a piece of software that just allows me to do one simple thing. I feel like I'm being taken for a ride, so I've stuck a pin in the music idea. But yeah, for these crafting streams, for these Lego builds and stuff, I think it would be really cool if we could do that. But yeah, that'll be a future thing. Appropriate name, please. My vice is Papa John's, to the surprise of nobody. Papa John's is pretty good. Like I was saying earlier, like being fortunate enough to have a bunch of European friends. Like I have eaten pizza made by people that know how to make pizza from various parts of Europe, using European produce and everything. And my God, it's a different world. Don't get me wrong. Like there's definitely a market for, easy deliverable pizza that has a certain taste and a certain texture and a certain kind of experience. I completely, I see why. But yeah, like once you've had a nice flat sort of, traditional pizza with like chorizo and proper tomato sauce that's made the right way, and yeah, there's just something so nice about it. And I'm sure it will get boring, and that's probably why the Domino's style pizza is popular, because yeah, there's something sort of very indulgent about Domino's pizza and that sort of stuff. Whereas the traditional pizza, it's clearly designed as a food that you eat every so often. It's not like a treat. So it's obviously a bit healthier. But it's mad. Like the European diet, they eat so much saturated, like just maybe not saturated, but because they eat lots of fat, but it's natural fat, and they eat lots of produce that's natural produce, they can kind of eat whatever the fuck they want, and they just don't like get as fucked as we do. And in Italy, there's like a bloodline. They were doing experiments and stuff, and they found a bloodline that's genetically immune to heart disease, because they were looking at these dudes that are like in their 60s, and they've eaten olive oil and wine and cured and processed meat, cured and preserved meats for their entire life, and they're still playing bowls, they're still walking everywhere, they're still living a good life, and they don't have these like diseases that other people have, and they're fucking genetically immune to it. They just don't get heart disease. It's fucking crazy. I was like, that's fucking wild. Because that diet has been just a mainstay of that part of the world for so long, that there are bloodlines that are immune to it. Which is fucking mad shit, man. Mad shit. Right, so you might be able to get almost the top row done. Oh, you see these pins. Be careful, you can catch them before you destroy them, but yes, it is a bit of an art. But yeah, with switches, they can go in like that sometimes, but never like that. If you put them in like that, you're gonna bend the pins. Yeah, some of these pins are already bent, so that's why I'm having some trouble. Thought my I was about to say, I thought my insertion technique, but dare I say that on the internet? Yeah, some of these pins aren't exactly dead straight, so yeah, it's not me, not necessarily me. It's gonna sound good. This is gonna sound good. Get the pins before we go. Yeah, you see, when they're straight, they just go in. Just the ones that have obviously got snagged in the bag. Oh, we're going to be a couple short with this. Thought we could get this whole row done, but never mind. Right, okay. So, we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 24 left. And we've got 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 33. So, we don't need a whole set. We need 24, wasn't it? So 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, 6, 8. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 2, 4, 6, 10. So we need this many. Those are our spares in case we destroy anything. So, back to this. But this time round, I know to dismantle the switch. This here. Here. This here. But actually, I think it's easier if I just dismantle them. Excuse me. And do that. But yeah, I'm trying to think of like what's everyone's favourite pizza topping combo? Like what's everyone's favourite pizza? Like, because for me, like I say, I've tried a bunch of different ones, but when some friends, they were French, but they lived in Italy. They were back home visiting their family, and they were like, "We're going to make pizza because we learned how to make pizza in Italy." And I was like, "Amazing!" And these French dudes, they made me just a normal pepperoni pizza, right? They were quite generous with the pepperoni, but yeah. And my God, just the simple pepperoni pizza was just perfect. It tasted so fucking good. It didn't have loads of conflicting flavors and loads of sauce. It just had the right amount of everything. And it's weird because it's pizza, but it felt like I was eating meat and bread and sauce in a way that wasn't like the normal sort of gooey, chewy sort of pizza you get in England. It felt like there was something kind of a bit more rustic about it, and yeah, it tasted so much better. And now, because of that, I just love a pepperoni pizza. Just a simple pepperoni pizza. If they can get it right, it's beautiful. I like pungent flavors, like anchovies and stuff. Anchovies, chilies. The really stinky pizza. When I ate meat, I liked anchovies. Now I like artichokes and mushroom and capers. Ah, I see. Okay. My vice is tartar flambe. Really sounds a bit bougie. Chili, yes, always. Yeah. So, do you know what? I have a friend who used to live in Bexhill, and we were like teenagers, and they had a house party, and we were getting some pizza delivered, and they were like, "Do you want barbecue sauce?" And I was like, "What?" And they were like, "Put barbecue sauce on the pizza," and I was like, "Really?" But barbecue sauce is for like barbecued meats and stuff, and they were like, "Just trust me, put barbecue sauce on this pizza." And I tried it, and I was like, "Oh my fucking God, this is the best." So yeah, I've done that ever since. But yeah, I like a little bit of sriracha on a pepperoni pizza. A little bit of sriracha is quite nice. Tartar flambe is a French type of pizza. I'll have to look it up because yeah, the French are pretty crazy with some of the ways they cook food, right? But if you want to learn how to cook eggs, then French cooking is the way to go because they are the masters of cooking eggs. Like I don't know how they do it, but they are just the masters of cooking eggs. This bag's massive, but it is the only bag I've got at the moment, so trying to get all these springs in this bag. But yeah, I like just a nice simple pepperoni pizza. I used to love getting like dozens of toppings, but you can't really appreciate more than 2 or 3 toppings, I think. Because you get a pizza with like 6 toppings on it, and once it's been cooked and you start chewing it, it all just blends into the same thing. So I think that if you've only got a handful of flavors to begin with, when you start chewing it up, it doesn't like just turn into this like mush that you can't taste anything from anyway. This thing rolls around a lot. It's a bit of a pain. Oh, switch stems are trying to make a break for it. So. Tartar flambe is flammkuche. It's composed of bread dough rolled out into a very thin thinly in the shape of a rectangle or an oval, which is covered in with fromage blanc, white cheese, or creme fraiche, thinly sliced onions and lardons. I have to look that up. I'll have to look that up. It sounds quite interesting. But yeah, I have made pizza dough from scratch as well, and that's quite fun. Because you end up like making a dough and then leaving it to prove, and then you knock it back, and then you then after it's been knocked back, you leave it to prove again, and then if you do it right, when you stretch it out, it feels a certain way. And you're like, yep, this is going to turn into a nice dough. And then after making the effort to make the dough, you want to then make the effort to make the tomato sauce. So you get your saucepan out, you get your chopped tomatoes, and you roast them, and then you chuck them in the saucepan, you stir them around, you break them down, and you keep cooking them, and you keep cooking them, and you keep cooking them. And the longer you cook the tomatoes, you end up... Oh, I'm taking from the wrong pile. Excuse me. You can take the bitterness out of the tomatoes by cooking them. The longer you cook them, it breaks down the sugars more and more and more, and you end up with this sweet kind of tomatoey taste. And that's the important thing. I think that's the big difference with pizza sauce with tomatoes, is the tomato sauce on pizza, is you want to be cooking it for a long time to get that sweetness out of the tomatoes. And yeah, once you do that, then you lather that on there, and then all your ingredients, you get yourself some fresh chorizo, some fresh salami, some fresh vegetables, whatever you want to put on there, and then whatever cheese you feel comfortable consuming, then you're away. But yeah, in Italy, my brother was there for a while. He was in Turin for a while on a like a secondment kind of. His skills were leased out to another company, and there was a little restaurant opposite the hostel he was staying in, and they did this like vegan lasagna thing. It was like layered vegan lasagna, and it was super nice. And obviously lasagna is something that you quite often attribute to having a lot of meat in it and being quite meaty. But yeah, this vegetarian thing was really nice. And obviously the thing about vegetarian versions of those sort of traditional dishes is they don't fucking weigh you down as much. Because yeah, if you eat a bunch of minced beef, you're going to be fucking pretty incapacitated for a while. It's just a Lego Commodore. Do you know what? Yeah, it's kind of like a keyboard, so it does look a little bit like a Commodore, but yeah. I make a ball of vegan lasagna. Yeah, I mean, I don't know which mince I've... Hang on, let me check. So yeah, for a lasagna or a chili con carne, I usually use whatever this one is. I know there's better ones, but this one's the one I tend to use. But I use a bit of salt and pepper and onions to give it that flavour that makes it taste a bit more like meat. But yeah, that's what I use. Malakoff is awesome too. It's a round cheese balls that have been fried. That sounds fucking delicious. Isn't that shredded potato pancake thing? I'm not sure. You just replace the meat with mushroom. Yeah, Apollo. There's a bit more to it than that. Like, you know, there's a few different things that you can replace. And like, yeah, if you're cooking like a lasagna or like a chili con carne, like I just said, you can't really taste the beef anyway, so you may as well just use an alternative because it's much less saturated fat. Like I say, you're not fucking carrying around a lasagna baby in your stomach for the next fucking 3 hours. And yeah, it's just better for you overall, and it's better for the environment and everything. Because yeah, minced beef is minced beef. You can't really taste it inside a lasagna or anything anyway. I mean, obviously, if you use really high quality minced beef, but nobody uses high quality minced beef. Let's be honest, it's fucking minced beef. It's cheap as chips. That's the idea, and that's because even as somebody that does eat animal products, I do have some consciousness of, you know, trying to avoid, if I can swap something out and it's healthier and it's better for the environment, it's better for the animals, and it's better for me health wise, then I'll swap it out. But I remember being at the pub and some guy was like, you know, I don't want to eat that fucking vegan stuff because I want some real meat. And I was like, but you buy your meat from the fucking supermarket. You can't call that real meat. You know, if you go to the butcher's and you talk about what cuts of meat you want and you pay the proper prices for farm produce, that's real meat. If you go to the fucking supermarket, that's not real meat. I'm sorry. It's full of all kinds of other shit to bulk it out. Usually water or rusk or whatever the fuck it is, or grain or whatever. And they're just bulking it out. They're bulking it out to sell you, because everything is sold by weight when it comes to produce, right? Why was that one really stiff? And it's fucking chucked all these over the place. So yeah, that's not real meat. Don't fucking give me the fucking real meat argument when you buy your fucking meat from the supermarket. You know, don't get me wrong, I buy meat from the supermarket sometimes, but I'm not calling it real meat. I know it's not high quality stuff. You know, if I had the time and the money, I would go to the butcher's, but I don't. So I put up with the stuff I can get for a reasonable price. Don't get me started on those kind of twerps. Yeah, it's just fucking stupid, man. Like, don't get me wrong, like I say, I've swapped out like sausages, because the meat in sausages is so processed and chewed up and machined. It's full of shit and crap and junk anyway. So the Linda McCartney sausages, they're totally fine for me. You know, I can have Linda McCartney sausages and they're fine, because, you know, the supermarket sausages, you can't taste the pork anyway, so there's no real fucking point. You know, you're just consuming, you know, whatever they use to bulk the sausages out, on top of all the saturated fat and everything else. The Linda McCartney sausages, they taste like a sausage. They look and they feel and they sort of almost taste like a sausage. So, you know, they might be a bit more expensive, they might be a bit harder to find, but yeah, I swap those out, not a problem. And that corn mince, it's all right, you know. It's not quite as good as beef, but it's good enough, and I can swap that out and be a bit healthier. And, you know, there's some stuff I struggle to live without, but yeah, I'm just trying to create a balance where I can eat a few things that I like, but also not fill my veins with fucking cholesterol. So yeah, but yeah, there's some of the arguments I hear, even as someone that does eat animal products, I'm like, dude, that's such a weak argument. Give it a rest. And the thing is, they talk about, you know, it's real meat, it's got more iron and more of this and more of this, and it's, oh yeah, so you're really health conscious, and this dude's like fucking morbidly obese. I'm like, come on, mate, you can't give it the health angle either. You know, you smoke 40 a day and live off lager and tea with 15 sugars in it. Can't talk about meat being healthy. All you're going to do is deep fry it and cover it in fucking cheese. But anyway, supermarket channel guys was found to put red dye in meat to make it look more fresh. So yeah, not great. Are you in America? Sorry, Grandpa, are you in America? Because yeah, the meat I saw in the supermarket in America was like this colour. It was like bright candy apple red, and I was like, that's not what beef looks like. Like, my grandparents had a farm, so I did see the abattoir, and I did see what animals look like when they're being cut to pieces from a young age, which is why, you know, I've never really had a problem with eating meat, because from a young age, my grandparents had a farm, so I was kind of exposed to how it worked. So there was no shock for me when I learned where meat came from. But yeah, the meat I saw in the supermarket in America looked like cartoon meat. It looked like what meat would look like if you asked a 10-year-old to draw a picture, right? I was like, surely that's not natural. And as you say, they're putting red dye in it to fucking make it look different. So true. When I was growing up on wild meat, only because but now I only buy white meat because I don't have wild meat I got from my parents. Yeah, depending on what you grew up with, your digestive system would have sort of, you know, grown up with it. I mean, obviously, we never really fully adjust to meat, because we're not necessarily supposed to eat it as much. We can eat it. We have the incisors and everything to eat it, but yeah, we don't actually. I don't think we actually like digest it as well as other stuff. So we can, but just because we can doesn't mean we should. So I think a little bit of meat in your diet, depending on what your needs are, is okay. But yeah, like, if you can find alternatives, like, I'm not saying everybody should be vegan, but like, there are alternatives to a lot of stuff which actually you can't really sense the difference, because if you go to the supermarket and buy minced beef and then make a lasagna, and then you make a lasagna with corn mince, if you just chuck a bit of seasoning in there, it tastes almost exactly the same. So it really isn't that much of a change. But But yeah, I suppose you can't really tell people how to live. But you know, I just find that argument a little bit silly, to be honest. Nest-free sausages are better and more consistent anyway. Richmond ones are godly. Meats are a lot one-handed. Better and more consistent anyway. The Richmond, so the Richmond sausages, the Richmond meat-free sausages are good. Okay, I'll have to give them a go. Try and get some of the air out of this. They've got a smaller bag to work with. Vegan veggie food has increased in quality so much over the years. You can find stuff so similar to natural. Exactly, yeah. I mean, there's always going to be a handful of things that you're just never going to be able to replace. So, for instance, I know it's a cliche one, but yeah, I do like a bacon sandwich. You know, because I'm a British person, so I like a bacon sandwich every so often. As of yet, the bacon alternatives just haven't worked for me. And yeah, if you wanted to, if it was moral and you were willing to put up with a drop in quality, you can find alternatives to bacon. But yeah, for me, that's the one thing I still eat. That I wouldn't bother looking for an alternative. I just haven't found one that's suited me at all. But yeah, in terms of everything else, like what I've done is I've kept the boxes. I've kept the cardboard from the boxes for the stuff that I like, so I can actually show you. Hang on. Be right back again. Sorry for all the BRBs today, guys. So this stuff was really easy to cook. Well, this was difficult to cook, but it tasted pretty good, and it was kind of a nice excuse to have a kebab and not feel guilty. So it's like Greek style kebab strips or something. That they're quite good. Tesco's own garlic Kievs, they're pretty good. That stuff fucks, yeah, so good, right? And yeah, these southern fried like strips. So they're almost like chicken strips, but you know they're not like proper chicken meat. But then when you buy chicken nuggets, it's just mechanically separated chicken anyway. So it's like chicken nuggets, but they're meat free. So they were all right. But yeah, these were really good. I enjoyed these. I always say you have to take meat and dairy analogues for what they are and not what they're not. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. If they're close enough, they're close enough. And some things will never be close enough for certain people, and that's fine. So like, yeah, I think that in terms of being like healthier and like having more energy and not getting fucking colon cancer or something like that, I think yeah, it's a good idea to be a bit healthier with certain things. But yeah, for me, there's always going to be some foods that are animal based that I just I don't have them all the time, but there isn't an alternative for them. So I try and minimise my input, my consumption. But yeah, every now and again I might sort of treat myself. But yeah, it's kind of a treat for some stuff. But yeah, at the moment, obviously the chocolate is the thing that I'm struggling with the most, and that's obviously dairy, and the dairy industry is fucking super sketchy. So yeah, I use soy milk in my protein shakes, because the slightly sweet taste of soya milk helps the protein powder that I use to taste a bit better. So if I used water or milk, I'd probably be sick because it tastes jank as fuck. But yeah, now I'm thinking about food. I know, I'm sorry about that. Making me so hungry right now. I'm gonna head out. Goodbye, great stream. Lasting mix of fish. Thanks for hanging out, dude. Have a great weekend. What kind of chocolate? Actually, I just had something that. Pizza. Have you seen these in Tesco? They're actually kind of nice. They don't taste like chocolate very much, but they are really nice. So I've been trying these. They're quite good. 100 calories per cup. It's not too bad. Is it upside down? Sorry. I had some of this earlier. So like I say, I'm looking for like little alternatives I can use here and there, because yeah, if I can lower my consumption, that's still a step in the right direction. You know, at the moment, I'm not ready to fully let go of animal products, even though I know that they're not great. But yeah, I'm slowly getting there. I'm slowly swapping bits and pieces out. Hopefully, in time, my animal produce consumption will be will be almost non-existent. But yeah, for the meantime, um, I am slowly finding alternatives. I have not had those, but I've had their Bueno things. So good. Kinder Buenos are fucking so good, man. I love a Kinder Bueno. But yeah, it's a British brand, right? It probably is a British brand because it's an English supermarket. So yeah, supermarket vegan chocolate tastes like arse, but the premium stuff. Yeah, there are a few. What have I done with that other one I had? Hang on. This one. This is vegan, isn't it? Yeah, vegan. So this was like dark chocolate. So dark chocolate's healthier, and this was vegan as well. So this one was quite nice. I found this in Holland and Barrett, but I don't know if you can get it elsewhere. But yeah, this one was quite nice. Don't know which way around to hold it, but yeah. Swiss probably hates other chocolate, but if it ain't Swiss, it's fake chocolate. I only eat dark chocolate. It's a good idea. It's a good idea because the dark stuff has a lot less sugar in it, right? And actually, dark chocolate has stuff that's good for you. So actually, a little bit of dark chocolate is actually good for you. I'm not going to pretend like I'm going to eat a little bit. I'm probably going to eat too much because I do love chocolate. Like I say, I've given up on everything else. But yeah, got to have some vices. But yeah, I'm trying to balance out my cardio versus, because the thing is, right, once you start doing cardio and you start working out how many calories you've burned, because I know fitness trackers can only estimate, you know, it's only an estimate, right? It's never going to be accurate. But once you know roughly how many calories something is, and you know roughly how many calories you can burn, you get an idea, right? So let's say on an average day, I would burn X 100 calories, or maybe just over 1,000 or whatever, right? That's not going to be super accurate. I would need to have a blood test. I would need to do a before and after. I would need to consume. That spring just disappeared. I would need to consume a certain amount of food that has a controlled amount of calories and check my blood sugar. So it'd be too complicated to get an exact reading. But if my watch tells me it's estimated my calorie burn at whatever, and then I burn 10% more or 10% less, that 10% is accurate. You know, it might not be accurate numerically, but the percentage I've burned more per day doing an activity is semi-accurate because it's working on activity. But these are going to fall over now. But yeah, once you figure out how many calories there are in chocolate, you realise how fucking dangerous it is as a food. It's fucking insane how much sugar they squeeze into it in the process of making it. It's insane how much sugar there is. You look at like 300 to 400 calories, then you run for like 11 minutes straight on a treadmill. It's like, yep, that was 112 calories. And I was like, that's a third of a chocolate bar, and I'm fucking half dead. Like, fuck, man. This is fucked. This is the wrong vice to have. Dark chocolate has a higher flavanol, that's the one, which is an antioxidant. It's linked to lower risk of heart disease. Thank you for confirming the science. I appreciate that. So yes, there's more flavanol, which is the stuff that we want. Excuse me. I've got cat hair everywhere. So I might need a bit more lube, to be honest. Oh, this lid is really painful. Ow. So, might just scoop some out with the brush. No, that's why I don't do that. Right, so I'll leave that there open because we are going to need some more. But now I've got fucking lube all over the brush. What is the culture of eating sugar in Britain? Here in Sweden, we have an old thing. And you eat sugar on a Saturday, and most people are starting to eat less. Yeah. Well, the thing is, in the UK, we basically just adopted a bunch of culture from overseas. So all of the French delicacies and all of the European chocolate delicacies, we kind of just adopted them, but we didn't adopt the culture. We just adopted the food, right? So I think that's our problem, is that we've got all this lovely food we've learned how to make from our European... Oh, shit. This is fucking broken. We've got this lovely food that we learned how to make from our European counterparts, but we don't know the culture behind consuming it, so we just consume it as and when we want. And that's kind of dangerous because, yeah, we end up consuming it as just a dessert after any old meal, when actually, culturally, it's only supposed to be eaten once a year. And as a result, it's really, really bad for you. But if you only eat it once a year, it's not as much of a problem. But right, this thing's a bit awkward to handle. But yeah, I think as I get older, I just need to be more careful, man. I'm just getting older. My body isn't as active as it used to be. My metabolism isn't what it used to be. And I think at 38, it's a good time to start looking at my lifestyle before I get to 45, when it's too late to really change. Because yeah, changing the habit of a lifetime is, a lifetime's worth of work. And I worry that some habits, you never get into the habit of not doing them. You just get into the habit of resisting them. But it's a lifelong battle. So yeah, I get worried about that as I age. As the old crumbs goes stale with age. But ultimately, I think that there is also some responsibility on the supermarket. I think the food that we have access to in the first world, despite how wealthy we are in the first world, the food we get is so processed and there's so many chemical alternatives and shortcuts taken in its production that we end up consuming food which is actually really bad for us. And all the while, we're lucky enough to have a free health service. There's something there to catch us, but the health service is already on its fucking knees. So I don't want to live a lifestyle where I know I'm going to become a burden to the NHS in my later years. I think the professional thing to do is to try and live a lifestyle so that I become as least amount of a burden to society in terms of my health and my contribution and integration to society. So meditating to make sure I'm mindful of my impact on the world, both financial, social, physical, mental, being mindful of that, so that as I grow older, I'm not inconveniencing anyone else. And also, just trying to fight the urge to become a miserable old man. I see what happens now. I see what happens. I can feel it. I can feel the resentment in my bones, and I'm fighting it. Old crumbs go stale with age sounds wisdomful. Now I have to ask, because you look my age and you look moisturised, what the hell is your skincare routine? So, I drink a shitload of water, and I try and get as much sleep as I can. And I use a charcoal face wash, which is pretty aggressive, I must admit. But then I use a moisturiser. So I just moisturise after using good face soap. But I hate to say it, Pizza, but it's one of those bloke things where like my hair and my skin just doesn't need that much work. And it looks okay, even at 38. However, I'm not going to pretend like it's not genetic. My mother, who I look like, I resemble physically, so therefore I've got her skin and her hair and everything. My mother looks absolutely fantastic for her age. She looks so much younger than she actually is. So I think it's kind of genetics as well. Going on with this one, excuse me. So yeah, it is kind of genetics as well. Already a huge step ahead by washing and moisturising. Yeah, and I think that what's fucked is, right, this is the thing that really confuses me, is that I know for a fact, right, that going to the skate park, drinking and sitting in the sun all day with my friends throughout most of my youth, and falling asleep on the beach and waking up with the sun beating down on me, sunburning me, getting sunburned every year throughout my youth. I know that should have aged me. The sun should have absolutely bleached me and aged me. So I should look about 50. But despite doing drugs, staying up 2 or 3 days at a time on the weekend, spending all my time sat in the sun at the skate park, not eating the best diet throughout my teenage years, I still look like this at 38. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I just don't. Genetic does so much. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's mostly genetics. I don't think there's any routine to it. I think I'm just genetically quite fortunate. Out of all the things that my mother has done for me, despite how much of a little shithead I was as a kid, well, as much of a shit as I am, all the things they've done for me, genetically, she gave me wonderful hair, wonderful skin, and also the way that I look. Despite being different genders, we actually look quite alike. There's photographs of my mother in the 70s. Yeah, it would have been in the 70s. Yeah, in university, there's a Polaroid photograph, and you can see the resemblance. It's so strong in that photo. You look at it, and it looks like a picture of me in the 70s. It's crazy. But yeah, all the wonderful things my mother has given me in life. Good genetics as well. I'm a very lucky boy to have the family that I have. But yeah, getting enough sleep and drinking enough water is a huge one, because getting enough sleep and drinking enough water will overall just stop your skin from like secreting too much of whatever it is that your skin's supposed to secrete. So that will then stop it getting clogged, and you won't have to clean it as much. And when you clean it too much, it then gets upset. So you have to use this cream and this cream and this cream. I think that just water and sleep are the big ones, because I think with skin and hair, like I think like lots of girls, like they already know that you shouldn't wash your hair too often, because you are supposed to have some natural oil in there, right? But they don't wash their hair too often. But I think the cosmetics market has kind of convinced lots of women that they should be doing these massively long-winded skincare routines. And I think it's just designed to sell you more products. I think that one product will give you a symptom that conveniently the partner company makes a product that helps with, and they're just creating a problem so they can sell you a miracle cream to fix it. And I think that I agree in the sense that a woman's body will change throughout the month, and those hormonal changes definitely change the way their skin is. So there is some degree of that needs to be taken care of. But yeah, I do think the cosmetics industry is taking the piss a little bit, and the way they attack women and make them feel insecure about not having porcelain skin and fucking perfect pores and the perfect colour skin and perfectly flat tone, and they're just constantly being berated with these images of these dolls, these like photoshopped women on the screen, saying this is what your skin should look like, and it's difficult when like they're very young and they're going through the transition of going from a child to a teenager to a woman. They're going through a hell of a lot of change, probably even more than a bloke does, with all their hormones and physical changes and all sorts of other stuff that starts happening. So the fact that the fashion industry and the cosmetics industry is just from the very get-go making them feel insecure about the way they look, so they can sell them a cream to make them look better, but all it does is just create another problem that they need another cream for. And it's, there's always some new acid or follicle exfoliant or whatever they're selling, and it's just, I worry that there's lots of women out there that do so much work on their skin when just leaving it alone for long enough and getting enough water and enough sleep would probably help them achieve more, and they'd feel better for doing it. But again, I'm a bloke, so I don't really know what I'm talking about. Like I say, the female body goes through all kinds of changes on a monthly basis, and those changes definitely do have an effect on the complexion and the among a bunch of other stuff that makes it very difficult to sort of have because I think with blokes, we just kind of do the same thing over and over and over, and our bodies just don't change. And that means that our routines are so much more resilient to change. And I think that's one of the things that helps. I'm out here with retinol, hyaluronic acid, niacinamide, sunscreen, moisturizer, eye cream, sleep, exercise, and I'd be spotty yourself. I think, again, like speaking about the gym stuff, I'm obviously, I don't know you that well, but yeah, this is the one thing I keep telling people is like, if you see a girl at the gym and she's making progress and she's making gains and she's moving up those weights, you need to understand that 1 week out of the month, her body just does not want to fucking cooperate. You can't imagine, I can't imagine putting my body through physical strain whilst the monthly cycle is at that particular point where your core and everything around it must be fucking must feel like you've been kicked in the stomach. But to maintain a routine of going to the gym and getting it done throughout those physical changes in the month, it's so admirable. And the fact is, on top of that, because of the natural levels of testosterone usually being lower, the muscle growth is less as well. And it's like, damn, they have to work so fucking hard. Whereas we've all seen it, you go to the gym and there's some fucking 16-year-old kid who doesn't even know how the machines work, and then 6 months down the line they're fucking shredded, and you're like, mate, your form is fucking garbage. How are you this cut already? Your form is shit. How are you doing this? But it's because the body is just full of testosterone in the teenage years, and it just makes it so much easier to build muscle, even if your form is garbage. They absolutely smash it. But yeah, I've got so much respect for girls that fucking grind through their monthly cycle, despite the negative effects it has on the gains and everything, and the strength and the energy, because their body is just doing this crazy cycle just in case they want to get pregnant, even though, they probably don't that month, Not everybody wants to get pregnant every fucking month, right? At least as far as I know. But yeah, utmost respect for that. Because yeah, it must be fucking hard work. Those teenage boys, I swear, I deserve more. Exactly. You'll be absolutely crushing it, pushing it and pushing it and pushing it, progressive overload, rep after rep after rep. And then some 16-year-old dude shows up. And the thing is, because I'm older, my body isn't doing it as much anymore either. I mean, I'm still obviously very much governed by testosterone. I'm still a hairy old masculine bloke. So when I go to the gym and work out, I do build muscle. It's one of the things my body does quite well. But at the moment, I'm trying to avoid getting too bulky. I don't want to be bigger than I am. I want to actually lose a bit of weight from my stomach before I start building anything else. But yeah. Cream cheese, welcome in. I have respect that you exercise with literally no heartbeat. I forgot to fucking turn it on again. Somebody mentioned it earlier. It's 27 degrees. The fuck? I swear I'll stop mentioning one day. It's just a lurker's curse to read the screen. Yeah, no, it's fine. Thank you. The thing is, cream cheese, I need people to remind me so I get into the habit of doing it. Somebody mentioned it earlier, and I must have got distracted waffling about something. Forgot to do it, so thank you for reminding me. It's good to see you, cream cheese. As you say, you're doing your work lurk, so if you need to lurk, by all means, feel no pressure. It's totally fine, but I hope you have a good day at work. But yeah, it is kind of fucking, yeah, because I mean, a certain part of it is just newbie gains, right? They show up at the gym, they start being consistent, and then yeah, the body adapts, right? But yeah, it is sometimes you look at it and you're like, fucking hell, man, that kid was barely moving half that weight 4 months ago, and now they are fucking at it, doing fucking 5 sets of 11 rather than 4 sets of 6. They are fucking at it right now. But it's because the body responds to it, right? The body's like, oh shit, physical work, right? Build muscle. Use testosterone to build muscle. But yeah, I think a lot of people don't understand that for a woman to get strong, they've got to overcome the deficiency of testosterone first, and that's a hard battle to win. And then yeah, 1 week out of the month, if they choose to ovulate, 1 week out of the month, no matter how hard they work, it just doesn't matter. The body's just like, nope, we ain't doing anything else this week. We're doing this. This is what we're doing because biologically this is what we're supposed to do. So anyway, I'll start talking about something different in a minute. But yeah, much respect. Always those kids ribbing on ladies moving less weight. And it's like shut up. Yeah, and the thing is, oh god, switch lubing, my least favourite thing to do for 3 hours. Yeah, it hasn't quite been 3 hours. We've only got these ones to do, and then we can get on with building the keyboard. But yeah, we wanted to do it properly. 27, oh Lord, you're making it. Make sure you're hydrating. I will indeed. And we've got a Clee raid. It's the lovely Cleatomar. Welcome in. Cleatomar? Cleatomar. I said Cleatomar. I was trying to not say clitoris, I promise. Cleatomar, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing, Clee? How was your stream? We're being very, very boring and lubing keyboard switches. But eventually, they'll go into a keyboard. It's going to be very exciting. And then you still say, yeah. Which one of those things, you know, when you're trying to not say something, guess what? That's what you're going to say. Really good. Been a long while since I've streamed, so it's nice to get back. I'm glad to see you back on it. Keyboard building and Lego. Nice. Yes, it's a Lego kit. So I need to put that somewhere. Safe and put that over here. So we made this case out of Lego. And then this PCB foam backplate sandwiches in there. And then we put all the switches in, and yeah, we've got a keyboard. So we've got some keys to put on there, but we decided to lube the switches because, yeah, lubing the switches makes a huge difference in my opinion. But Clee, is it okay if I do a shout out for you with a clip, or would you prefer a non-clip shout out? Bear in mind, it normally pulls that really old clip. I've got a new clip playing tool now, and it pulls more recent clips, so hopefully it won't be that same clip that you always get. But if you don't want one, just let me know and we'll just do a normal shout out, but let me know which one you prefer. Clip is good. Wonderful. So what I might do is I might turn my preview on, see how the frames do, but I'll get the shout out ready first. Right? Go over here and we can do shout out for the lovely Clee, not Clit. Cleatonoma. Clee, I just say Clee because that's why I just say Clee, because I asked and you said that's better. Let me do that. I'll do this, and then around about here, you should get a clip. Oh, the frames. Sorry. Not sure what game this is. Is this Mortal Shell? Little stabby stab. Stabby pokey stab. What were you playing today, though? So it says, oh, you're playing Hades today. Okay, how are you getting on with Hades? Because that game got really good reviews. It's not my kind of game, but for people that like that kind of game, apparently it's really, really good. But I can see that the character design in Hades looks really, really solid. They definitely put the time in to create some very interesting looking characters. And the voice acting, from what I've seen, I mean, like I said, I've only watched it a little bit. I've never actually played it myself. I've only watched it a little bit. But the voice acting seemed really, really good. But I hope you enjoyed it. Glad to hear you're back to streaming. Okay. Mortal Shell was fantastic. Did you enjoy Mortal Shell? Okay. Lurking ATM wanted to at least say good morning, you legend. Hope you're having a great day and have a fun stream. Nilo Cortex, thank you for stopping by, dude. I know it's a completely different time of day for you, so if you need to sleep, please feel free, dude. Hades has been fantastic, and it was such a good intro into roguelike games. Helps you understand that game type. Yes, so remind me again. So roguelike is when it generates. Does it generate a new map every time, or does it generate a new enemies every time, or is it there's something different about each playthrough, right? There's some random element, but because I know Spelunky, it generates a new map every time, so it's not about understanding the map, it's about understanding the mechanics of the game, right? But I think that's what a roguelike is called, but I'm a bit of a boomer, so these terms go over my head a little bit. Is where the music would come in handy, but unfortunately, like I've said, really weird, you know, for a Macintosh, which is a creative person's computer, for a Mac, you'd think capturing device audio would be easier, but it's not. It's a bit of a shame. You get a random map and enemies. I see. then you level your character over time, and that's what helps you get farther and farther. Also, your level is permanent, but your character's level keeps growing. Is remembered, but obviously each time you get a different map, but your experience and your power as a character is better, so you get further. Okay, that's interesting, because I was watching Game Maker's Toolkit, and they were talking about how hybridizing games, how you you take elements from one game and you put them into another, and then you figure out where those changes need to stay and where they need to be removed. So in that instance, your level is a standard sort of video game level. It's sort of, keep building it and building it and building it, and eventually, you probably cap out at some point. But the map being different every time is what changes. That's how they've sort of hybridized the level mechanic and the roguelike mechanic, and that's really interesting. I'm glad to hear you're enjoying it. And yes, I beg your pardon, I've been a little bit rude. Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you for staying in with the raid. I apologise. I should probably introduce myself. I don't usually build keyboards on stream, although it has been quite popular, so we might do it again in the future. But I'm a variety game streamer from the south coast of the UK. And on Saturdays, we usually do a bit of a variety day. And at the moment, we're playing Tears of the Kingdom, which we're going to get onto later, once we finish this keyboard. But what's everyone else been playing at the moment? Has anyone else been playing Tears of the Kingdom? Or is everyone playing Diablo 4? At the moment, when I look at my stream, when I'm trying to raid out, I'm like, I should probably find somebody else that's playing Zelda. And everyone was playing Zelda, and now everybody's playing Diablo. But I've heard that Diablo is really good. It's not my type of game. But yeah, I've heard it's really, really good. And from what I've seen, like visually, it looks really, really impressive visually. The characters and the voice actors, again, are really, really solid. So yeah, I can see why it's popular. Recently checked out Lives of P. Oh yes, I need to plug in the fucking PlayStation camera, the PlayStation HDMI. I need to plug in the PlayStation and download that demo before I get spoiled. But yes, I saw someone play the intro, and the visuals and graphics and the movement, it looked pretty good. But if it's going to be a spiritual successor to Bloodborne, the combat needs to be fucking solid. And yeah, that's the thing that's going to make it or break it for a lot of us, is that the combat needs to be really, really good. Because yeah, that's the one takeaway. Everyone that plays Bloodborne, they're like, oh, there's something about it. And I'm like, yeah, it's the combat. It's just the way the combat allows you to remain aggressive, but you still have to be calculated. So you can't just be a buffoon and just start spamming R1 like I used to. You've really got to pay attention to how aggressive you are and what situations you're aggressive in. Otherwise, you are going to get fucking bodied pretty quickly. But yeah, it definitely has a few mechanics in there that they really lend themselves to like the right kind of aggression. So you've got to have this calculated aggression. So yeah, I'm hoping that the people that made Lives of P, they're obviously trying to fill the gap in the market for Bloodborne, right? At 60 FPS and 4K or whatever. So yeah, they're obviously trying to fill the gap in the market. But I don't know how they're going to try and emulate the same sort of feeling of combat, because Bloodborne's combat is just, it is just beyond anything else I've experienced. I can't quite find the words to accurately describe how great that game feels to fight in. All right, give me one sec. Step away. Good point. First area's dungeon easier as you get stronger, I bet. Yeah. Recently checked out the Lives of P demo. Really like Hades. Found its story. It's very story forward, which helps the repetition not feel so grindy. Children of Mortar is another really good story forward roguelike game. Okay, Story of Mortar. Okay, I'll keep an eye out for that. For me, I'm into System Shock remake and the latest No Man's Sky update. Yeah, I've heard that System Shock got a remake, and System Shock was a fucking pretty big deal back in the day. I remember like people talking about how the narrative and the characters of the game were just a little bit more advanced than most games at the time, and a lot of people it kind of went over their head. But in retrospect, when you look back at BioShock, Deus Ex, and a bunch of other games, you can see how it kind of influenced this whole genre of like System Shock, like spiritual successors. And yeah, you go back and you look at the original, and you're like, I remember playing it, but yeah, not. It didn't have that light bulb moment for me like it should, because I was probably a bit too young, and I just wanted to run around shooting stuff, right? But yeah, you go back and you look at all the things it did, and you think, damn, it was so ahead of its time, right? But I sort of ended up getting my light bulb sort of moment for gaming was Half-Life. I remember playing Half-Life and Metal Gear Solid back then, and I was like, fuck, man. I've played games with a story before, but Half-Life just fucking blew me away with how cinematic it felt. Even on the hardware of the day, it was fucking just so much stronger than the rest of them. Shimmer, not into Diablo myself. I love those types of games usually, but I've never been a Diablo fan. Really? Okay. Combat-wise, I thought it was more similar to Sekiro. Ah, okay. Okay, so it's got some Sekiro stuff in there. Thank you for the hydrate. I will do that for you right now. The remake's awesome. Cool. Half-Life series is my favourite. It was so good, right, Clay? Like, the amount of like interaction with the NPCs, the physics, the basic physics they put in there, like all the different combat sections, you know, soon Half-Life 4, yeah. Pure copium, mate. They're just not going to do it. It's a shame, but they're just not going to do it. Like, if they went into all the trouble to make Half-Life Alyx a VR game, and it was a good VR game. You know, I haven't played it, but I've watched a playthrough, and it's cool in the sense that VR games that are made by Valve, you expect them to push the boundaries a bit, and they did. They definitely did VR their own way, and I think it definitely shows that they're still sort of the leading people when it comes to technology in games sometimes. But yeah, I watched a playthrough of it and I was like, fuck, it's full of so many clever uses of the technology. It's not just a first-person game that's now VR. They really thought about how the game was going to play out. But if they went to all that effort to make Half-Life Alyx a VR game and not make it a proper sequel to the, or not make it Half-Life 4, it's like the last nail in the coffin for that game. And I think that, you know, you can't always make a great follow-up. You know, sometimes the game did what it did and it had the impact it had, and that's it. It kind of just needs to be left to just sort of age like a fine wine. Because, yeah, I think that if you've achieved everything you needed to achieve and you can't do enough with another game, you shouldn't make another game. Because if it doesn't live up to the ones before, you've kind of just created a bit of a black mark, a bit of a smirch, a besmirchment, or a smudge on the history of it. Didn't wrap up the story. Yeah, I was about to say, it's a shame that they chose to leave the end of part 3 or whatever it was, or Half-Life 2 part 2 or whatever. The fact that they left it on such a fucking cliffhanger, it is a bit of a fucking piss take. Because you're fucking strapped, you're stuck to the wall with that combine, that whatever it's called thing, like looking you up and down. It fucking kills that character. I can't remember his name. And then yeah, the screen fades. Does the screen just fade to black? I can't remember now. It's been so long. But yeah, they did leave it on a fucking cliffhanger, which is kind of fucking shit. But yeah, I mean, like I say, maybe they're waiting for the right way to make it as impactful as it needs to be, because you can't just release another normal Half-Life game. You'd have to do something a bit more, you know. So maybe they're waiting for like the next generation of gaming to really take off. Maybe Half-Life Alyx was a proof of concept, and they're waiting for VR to become good enough for Half-Life 4 to be what it needs to be, right? Maybe they're sort of just playing it safe. Speaking of playing it safe, I'm trying to make sure I don't destroy any of these pins. Like, come on. Yeah. Freaking Alex is crying because her dad died. Yeah. It's, theory is sound because the gap in releases. I was bawling my eyes out. Bawling my eyes out. Eli. Because they made the characters so much more like, they gave them so much more of a personality in that Half-Life. You've got much more attached to them, because don't get me wrong, the scientists in the first game, they were just fodder, right? I would use them to get in the way of gunfire if I could, because I just wanted them to soak up the bullets, because they were just like these mindless NPCs, right? But yeah, then they gave Kleiner and Eli. They gave Eli Vance, because I remember now, the dog. They made that dog, the giant robot. That's Alex's friend, and yeah, you play fetch with it and everything. Oh man, such a good game. But yeah, maybe they're waiting for something a bit more significant, because they need to make it into, the game will need to be like considerably like more advanced than the average game to sort of do the Half-Life sort of history justice, because the first one was so much more advanced than other games at the time. So yeah, I think they might be waiting for the next big leap in technology, whether that's VR becoming the norm or display technology becoming different, or because let's be honest, if they released a new Half-Life game and it was just 4K ray tracing, it wouldn't be Half-Life. It wouldn't do enough to be a proper Half-Life game, right? Half-Life games have always really pushed the boundaries, and Half-Life was one of those games that kind of, when Half-Life 2 was being talked about, people were just excited that they were going to have a new engine to make mods with, because yeah, Half-Life mods have gone on to become some of the biggest games out there. Why are you not seating properly? Yeah, there's been some stuff that started off as a Half-Life mod that then became like, why are you fighting me? Excuse me, gang. Fighting me. Come on, you guys have played Mark Echo's Getting Up back in the day, the graffiti game. It's been a long time. I remember playing it a little bit. I was watching someone play it a little bit, and I had a go, but it was their game, so they were playing it. Plus, they tied Half-Life and Portal together, and now they're in the same world. Yeah, the Portal gun and everything. Yeah, it's true. Claire, welcome in. Hey, crummy fella, what you doing? We just finished lubing these switches. We're making a keyboard out of Lego. If you do !Adam, it will give you a link to the website where I bought it, and you can see what the kit comprises of. But we've only got this row here, and then we can start checking the stabilizers have been done correctly for all the keys. We can start putting keys on. Then we can plug it in and test it. That'll be exciting. Yes, that's a hyperlink to the website that makes the kit, or the website for the company that makes the kit. And from there, you can see what we're doing. But yes, we are getting to the exciting bit where we're slapping in all the switches, and we're about to start slapping the keycaps on there, and then we can plug it in, take it for a test drive. This is the exciting bit. You've come in at the right moment, because up until now it's been about an hour of me lubricating switches and chatting shit. But chatting shit is an important component of any stream. You've got to have the gift of the gab a little bit. But fortunately, I've got lots of lovely people to talk to as well. I'm very lucky. So many lovely people hanging out. Ooh. So I'm not quite fully connecting these back when I put them on here. Yeah, there's one there. Okay. So we've got a few spare switches. What we wanted, just in case we murdered any. We're putting them in. Oh, punched a little bit. Right. So we can put this out of the way for now. And then we can grab our chassis. We can pop this bad boy in. Like that. Then start the fun bit of putting the keys on. So we need a set of keycaps. We have here all these bits to make. side with. Put that there for now. So I need to get this one and this one out. Then, oh sorry, sounds a bit gross. We've got a space bar. Oh shit, is this the right? This is the right size. Around. You right? Yeah, I think that's. Oh, can you guys hear that? Oh, Cure Fits, thank you for persuading me to grease the switches. Listen. That sounds so sexy. Excuse me. I'm nerding out over a keyboard now. Right, so we need the numerical row, I would imagine. So we're going to need... is it just an S key? Is it a tilde? Because that will be delete, which is one of these. Oh, chat, this sounds so nice. This sounds so sexy. I need to lift this off. Because I think we need this kind of return key. I think it's 3. Oh, this sounds really sexy. This sounds really, really sexy. So, and then from there, it'll be 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We'll have an S key there. So, hello, mate. Will be an S key. This sounds so sexy. Right. I'll put the microphone a bit closer and I'll do a type after. I'll do some typing on it afterwards. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0, and then plus and minus, I would imagine. This sounds sexy as fuck. The fact that there's no foam and it sounds this good already. Yeah, I'm fucking excited now. Right, so shift. Oh, excuse me. Oh, are you gonna fit? Shift key might be a bit too long. Don't kill it, please. Just give me the key, please. Key back. Excuse me. Enjoy that. So I might need a slightly smaller shift key. No, you do need. Okay, I'll do that later. So, QWERTY UE up. Sorry. Keys in the wrong order. U, I, O, P. Oh, these sound sexy as fuck. Oh. Got A, S, D, F, G, H. JK. Make a key neon pink for a laugh. Well, the thing about the Keychron kits is you get this like escape key that's bright orange, and I really like that. But yeah, just as a quick type test. Sounding pretty good. Oh, it's really subdued. It's got a nice low clack to it. Oh, chat. Oh, chat. It's a sexy sound. It's a very sexy sound. I'm excited. Oh, it does sound really good. Sounds really, really good. Your Fitz, if you're still here, dude, thank you so much for being there to tell me that, yeah, we should really leave the switches. We should do it properly. It was definitely worth the time. I think it's really definitely made a difference to the sound. So this is where I get a bit confused because I don't know what we're going to have down here. But yeah, I think we would have a tab key and we would have a caps lock key. Then we would have a shift key. But we'd also have a control key. And we'd also have a command key. Command is over here. Then we would have down here. See, I don't know. I think what I need to get a picture of the kit up on my screen on my computer just to make sure I'm getting the order right. Because yeah, I'm not so sure. Got some ASMR indeed. Yes. So for the I don't know if this one has arrow keys. I don't know if it does. Let me check because I did the Adam command earlier. If I copy, might as well just open it up. I need a picture of what the actual layout of the keys is. Oh yes, there are arrow keys. Okay. Control option. And after the space bar, we've got option and function, which I've got option function here. Oh, they sound so good. The arrow keys down here. The arrow keys are here. So we do have arrow keys. Beg your pardon, I was incorrect. That sounds good. Tabs, cap lock and shift and escape. So I need to find a shift key that's going to fit there. I don't know if the one I've got is going to fit, but I think I've got a few spares somewhere. And then we've got the option and the function keys, the arrow keys, and then we've got a small shift and a small delete. Okay, we've got a small little baby shift key because this is another shift apparently. A small shift key. I don't think we've got one. Might have to just put another control key there for now. And then the delete key. Page up, page down. Delete key here. And then yeah, I need to figure out if the shift key got is too long because it looks as if it stretches beyond. Looks like it's a little bit too wide. And it bashes into there. So we need shift key or a key that's the right shape for that particular space. This is 3. Is this the same as the shift? So we're going to have to use a plus key instead of a shift key. Oh, and I put it on there upside down. Where is my switch puller? Oh, sorry, my cap puller. Excuse me. I get this the right way around. It's this way around. All the stuff. So I might leave that, to be honest. We've got that there if we want it, but yeah. Oh, that sounds fucking sexy. Sounds fucking sexy. Well, that delete key's the wrong way around as well. Excuse me. Well, I've missed a few messages because I scrolled down, sorry. Do we need a minute? Do I need a minute alone with it? No, not on the internet. Not while I'm live, anyway. Gonna take a quick break. No, I'm just kidding. What are these odd icon keys? That dot and the circle. Oh, these are Mac keys. They're Mac command. They're option and command is like Alt, and you know, it's like just different. Oh, it does sound good. It sounds really good. Yeah, that shift key. That's a shame because yeah, I don't know if I have a key to use instead because this shift key only has one thing, so it won't be stabilised. But oh no, that fits like shit. Come on, breadcrumbs, stop dicking around. Do things properly. But yeah, this one, it's going to be too wide and it's going to snag the edge of the case. It's a bit of a shame. It's this other key, yeah. I think we're fucked there. Weird that we need a three post shift key. That's ever so slightly. Okay, right. So got everything else. So that's better than nothing. Right. So now we're back to the instructions. I need to make sure it fits. That delete key needs to be reversed. How can it be reversed if it's... Surely that's the right way up. The delete key upside down. So I need to... No, it's not right. It's because I'm not using the right keycaps. It's my fault. I'm using the keycaps from my other keyboard. So yeah. So delete is a bit different. So we'll just have to live with that. This is all it in there, and then we'll start putting the top bits on. Right. So do that, and then we do this final stage here. In which case we need these corner pieces. And we need a bunch of those bits. Is at the back here, these ones. We've got a bunch of these pieces. We need over here. I know, mate, I know. Very difficult life. Not getting all the attention you want. I know it's such a hard life. Such a hard life. Oh, there's a cat in the background that's very desperate for attention for no reason. So, it's weird that it says to put these two like that when it would be better if it was one solid piece. So I might deviate from the plan ever so slightly. I might do. Can you hear it? So-called and retro. Yeah, these keys are quite nice as well. These keycaps are pretty retro as well. 5 hours in and I'm the second one here. Welcome in, Crinchillibon. It has almost been 5 hours building a keyboard. Damn. I feel like putting this here and this here would make it more structurally, and then putting two of these to balance it out would make it a bit more structurally sound. And we should end up with the same thing at the end anyway. We should be able to put two of these in like that. It should be fine, yeah. I'm going to deviate from the plan ever so slightly, gang. Please don't crucify me in the comments. And then we put these bits on the front as well. Again, if they were slightly offset, they would have a bit more structural rigidity. But yes, I don't think we can go much more than that. I'm getting confused. Just thinking of the structural rigidity. But welcome in, Crinchillibon. It's good to see you, dude. This is neat. Yeah, I've had a really good time. Yeah, it sounds really nice as well. It does sound really good. So let's put all these bits around the outside, and then we've got some bits and pieces that go in here. Ah, that cube goes in there. Okay, That goes in there. Wondering where that piece came from and where it went. We need to make bits on top of there. Like so. And then we've just got a bunch of these bits that fill in. A couple this that don't. Be another one of them somewhere. But don't fret, we've got another couple of bits here to I think the clear one goes here. I think. Got these pieces that go across here. And then got a bunch of these pieces that are this long, but also some pieces that are this long. So we need to figure out which one's which, because we've got 3 of the longer ones. Or where they go. I think 2 of these fill up this side. 2 of these this side. Then it's just about figuring out how we space these out. These they are after the first set, so I think we've got a setup where line these up, work it out. Way is that going to be too long? I think that be too long. It's going to be alright, okay. No. Okay, it's fine. Excuse me, we had a moment at the beginning of the stream where we had loads of these bits that are different lengths, and if you got them in the wrong order, you were completely screwed. So, and that right there, keyboard. So, what we can do now is electrocute ourselves. I've got a dip, Crumbs. I hope you have a good rest of stream day. Good luck with the Tears of the Kingdom. Grand Fomorian, thank you for hanging out, dude. It's lovely to see you again. Have a great weekend. Hopefully we see you live again soon. So, I'm going to plug this into one of my docks. Then, plug this in to the USB port. Yes. Keyboard setup assistant. Not be identified and will not be used until it's identified. Okay. Got to identify the keyboard. Okay. So press the key immediately to the right of the shift key on the left side keyboard. ANSI. Is it ANSI? No, it's ISO, I think. So let's do a. Oh. I'm not used to these keycaps. There we go. It works, chat. Look at that. And we got most of the keys right as well. So, On the back, we've got a few options for the keys. Test and setup via open browser. I need to download something. Works indeed. Very exciting. Very exciting. So if we can do backlight mode function and left. Oh, hang on. We've got RGB chat. RGB brightness function U and I. So to make it very bright. Look at that. Look at how fucking gamer that is. Look at how gamer that is. Can you guys see that on the camera? Let me just turn the preview on and see if you guys can see that. You can see it. Look at all the RGB. That chat. Isn't that nice? Backlight mode off. Mute. Volume. Oh, who's this? Smeggles. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. How's it going? We're building a keyboard today out of Lego. Good afternoon indeed. How are you? Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. So we've got brightness, RGB color, function, E and R. Don't know what that's doing, but look at that. There we go. This is awesome. Where can I get one? If you do !Adam, it will give you a link to the website where you can order them if you'd like to get one. There's a few different kits. I already had these keycaps, so I... oh, shit, hang on. What's going on here? Ah, it's because it's a keyboard. I already have these keycaps, so these are from a different keyboard. So, but you can get a kit that comes with the switches and the keycaps as well. But I already have one. I already had some switches and I already had some keycaps, so I just got the kit that just comes with the build, the Lego stuff, and the PCB and everything. But yeah, if you do !Adam, you'll get a link to get one if you want. So I've now got to rearrange all these switch pullers. I've got like 10 of them now. There's our instruction manual. So now we get to build the wrist rest that comes with it, which is kind of cool. And it looks pretty simple. So we do both at the same time. There's a spare, put them over there. So, oh. I suppose actually we do one at a time so we don't get confused. So we've got some of these. Got some there. Got some of these. Over here. The grey bits can go over here. Oh, they're rolling away from me. So yeah, you can get a kit that comes with the stuff that you need. So if you haven't got any spare switches or spare keycaps, or you want to get custom keycaps, different from these aren't the ones that come with the kit. The website will show you the ones that come with the kit. Yeah, there's different kinds of keycaps you can get for various different use cases. So we need 3 of these ones that are 1, 2, 3, 6. Okay. 6, 6, and 6. So we do one of the ones that's a bit longer. One of the ones that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, this one. So one that's 8 does that. Oh, excuse me. Does that. Oh, come on. Love it, thank you. Yeah, by all means. Welcome to the team as well, Smeggles. I remember I came to your stream a while ago, and I can't remember, you were playing a different game that I wasn't interested in for a while, so I haven't been back for a while, so I do apologise, but I hope you're doing well. I'm not too sure. What are you playing at the moment? I can't remember what I've seen you playing. It's a bit longer. So, that's different. Get rid of that. Spider-Man Remastered. Ah, I see. How are you enjoying it? the Spider-Man game that got announced, it looks pretty crazy. I've not played many of the Spider-Man games, but yeah, the one that got announced was pretty nuts. It looked like a Spider-Man film that you play, which is probably exactly what people want, right? Is to feel like they're playing one of the films. Goes in the middle there. There we go. We know what's going on, chat. So then there's some white one. Go there and there. White ones that are like that. They go there and there. Then these go on the corners. 100% recommend it. Okay, I'll see if I can add it to my list. The never-ending list of games that I'm never going to get to the end of. So many games, so little time, and then I spend 5 hours building a keyboard. I do it to myself. So, do these. Let's do that, and that. And there's a brick that goes in the middle here. Then we have a long bit that goes there, bit that goes there. Then a bit that goes in the middle here, in line with that, and then we've got two of these pieces that fill in the space. It's the sequel to the one I'm playing right now. So you're getting that one out of the way, so you're ready to play the new one. Very good, very good. So that's one part of the wrist rest, and then keep it adaptive parts. Okay. So I would imagine goes in there, and that goes in there like that. The instructions haven't been great, I'll be honest. The instructions haven't been that great. Keep the adaptive parts. Okay, so we keep the adaptive parts. So I imagine this was supposed to be in there somewhere. But how we do that, I don't know. That's obviously going to fit in there at some point, so we'll do the same thing again. And we can put this back in the box. And then soon, it'll be time to jump over there and start playing Tears of the Kingdom. Instructions are never great for tech building. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, when we did that orchid, when we built the orchid, that was pretty good. There were only a few moments where I was like, wow, that's really hard to read. But, you know, I think with instructions, there's always a moment where, you know, you misread something. It's just how instructions are, especially if you're a bloke, right? You think, I know how this works, and then 15 minutes later, you're like, what? Why is nothing working? But yeah, I think that there's definitely an art to writing good instructions, and the Lego instructions are usually pretty good. They are usually pretty good, I'll be honest. But I will need them for I will need them for this bit. But yes, we'll then jump over there and start playing some Tears of the Kingdom. I'm looking forward to, because it's a really, really fucking good game. Really good game. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 5. This is 6. So that should go to about there. Also 6, so it should go to about there. Oh, my thumbs are getting sore. Then we have one slightly longer one. Then another one that's 6. And that should tie up to there. We've got another level where this one fits in the middle. This. And this goes here, and goes here. And we've got the bits to go on here. Going to go in the middle at some point. We'll do that in a moment. And then this goes around the outside. Oops. See, I'm getting ahead of myself. Rushing ahead, not paying attention. Oh, shit. I'm wrecking everything. So, this needs to go across there. These bits go on here and here. Oh, don't drop some. Don't drop anything. Come on. Home stretch. Everything's starting to hurt. You can tell I'm middle-aged. Just before I finish something, I'm like, oh my god, my body's about to fall apart. But yes, in a minute, we'll hop over there, play some Tears of the Kingdom. I'll be sat down. Which for a man of my age on a Saturday afternoon, sitting down is probably the best thing for me. So, we've got these bits that go here, here. And then we have these bits that go here and here. Like that. And then got a long bit that goes along the top. That. And these that goes in there. And these that goes there. They're going to go in there at some point. They're going to go in there. No. This bit goes in there. Goes in there. And then we have some spare bits. And then we've got a little wrist rest that's supposed to go in there somehow. How that actually works, I'm not too sure. But I think we are about done. We've got some feet to put on the bottom, which I'll unplug the keyboard to do. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So imagine we need them corners. Be the best bet. And then actually, because it's made of plastic, I might also put one in the middle. Maybe two in the middle. I'm not sure. Just to give it some support, if you know what I mean. Might put one about there. Up there. And about there. I know that's not straight, I apologise. Oh, there we go. That's nice and sturdy. But yeah, listen to that. Listen to that sound. Oh, that makes a nice sound. Ooh. Right, lovely stuff. Thank you to everyone that hung out and put up with me waffling on and building a keyboard. What I'm going to do now is kind of scary. I'm going to unplug the laptop from the desk where I'm working now, move it over there to where I play video games, and we'll get Tears of the Kingdom going. I might have to plug some stuff in, unplug some stuff, reset stuff. When I unplug the laptop from its dock at the desk, it might shit itself and the stream might disconnect, but it should then reconnect when I plug it into the Ethernet cable over there. So what I'm saying is the stream might go down for a moment or two, but it should come back. I'll pop you guys on the BRB screen either way, so you've got some clips to watch. And then when I come back, hopefully, we should be able to get a game on the screen. and then we can sit down and chill out and play games. So I'll be right back.